I like how my mic was muted there. And I like how I forgot to start my camera as well. Pro streamer. Pro streamer chat. He's so good at this. My god. Peak. I'm doing great. How is everyone? Greetings from the archive. Lovely to see y'all. Apologies for the bit of scuff. And please don't do this to me. Setup. Setup. Hey, streaming setup. Don't do this to me. We good? Are you gonna behave? Alright, welcome on in, everybody. Hello, it's lovely to see you. Let me just get my music running. We should be pretty much ready to go. How is everyone? How's everyone been? I hope folks have been well. I hope life has been treating you pleasantly. I hope that the past few days have not been too overwhelming for anyone. It has been a bit too long since I've been here. To be perfectly honest and outright, I've been going the fuck through it. But you know what? We're here. We're queer. We're thriving. Last week was not fucking easy for me. But I am going to do my best as much as possible this week to show up when I need to show up. Even if I can't be at my full capacity, because I want to create. Thank you for the follow. Every cool name was taken. How are you doing? Barbara bye bye. Shit, I don't know how much to address my little mini break there. I have not streamed since Thursday. I don't know how much it's worth addressing, but in any case, I want y'all to know that like I am here and I am doing my best, and I'm spending all my love. Welcome on into Wasteland Radio. Oh, big yawn. Two Wookiees to JM to Gremlin Transmien to Lycanthropic to Crocodile, to Astrazy to Vox Marinex, to The Goober. I would name the Shiny Litleo if it's a female, Nala after the, wait. What's the one from the second movie? Chat, what's the girl lion from the second Lion King movie? Is that not, that's not Nala. Nala's from the first movie. Yes, there was a sequel to The Lion King, and I loved it. I'm pretty sure I watched The Lion King 2 more than I watched The Lion King. I need y'all to understand that. Kira, it might have been Kira. Maybe, I'm not sure. Hello CJ, hello Banana Tiger. Let's see. Hello, Dusklight Navigator, Fiona Bubbler, or Blubber rather. Gracie Bacon, lovely to see you. Array of Storytime, Bupper Bye Bye. Maddie Crocodile. What crimes have you committed? Hello, Strap, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Belladonna, Bark Bark Bye Bye. Oh, big yawn again. Someone awesome, Not Pancake. Check for Charlie. It does honestly bring so much joy seeing everyone here. Hello Pyro, hello Every Cool Name Was Taken. Vox Marinex, Barber Bye Bye. Anyone I'm missing. I will admit I'm a little bit eepy sneepy at the moment because I've been awake for a whole like not enough. I've been awake for a whole like 30 minutes. Hello Asuno Tenchi, welcome on in. But it's nice to be here again. It's nice to be here again. I really apologize for not streaming since Thursday. As many of you might know if you're in the Discord, I kind of crashed the fuck out for a few days there, and I am not yet at my peak, but I'm feeling well enough to be here again. I took a few days off both this and my outside responsibilities. Hopefully enough time that I am like rested and capable. I do think that like rest is a very difficult thing for me. It is very rare, thank you for the Curse of Scuff, Barbara by Might. It is very rare that I get to, you know, actually properly fully rest in a way that like lasts. So I'm definitely still, like, not at my peak of where I could be, but I needed the time. Release the Arca bark to us? Did someone do a bark redeem? Mm-hmm. You've been going through the emotional ringer and needed time. Yeah, unfortunately, I've been going through the emotional ringer for 6 fucking months with, like, no sign of stopping. But alas. I'm eating mangoes and listening to Some Men Deserve to Die. Can't help the thought of editing another little video to go along with the song. Probably Tax Crimes by Accident. I don't know that song, but it sounds fascinating. Also, release yourself to sleep. Imagine sleeping. I'm gonna be dead ass Thursday night. Nah, I should, like, I could have just gone to bed. No, I drove to Waffle House, got high, and was awake until like 6 in the morning. I fucked my sleep schedule and I'm still recovering it. I immediately went like full nocturnal mode for the next like 3 days, and to be honest, no regrets. I love being nocturnal. Hello, CJ. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm the kind of person where, like, the moment I don't have any pressing responsibilities, I end up, like, just fucking immediately jumping into full-on nocturnal living. My default sleep schedule, I kid you fucking not, is about, like, 6 a.m. to, like 6 p.m. Somewhere in that space. I am supposed to be sleeping during the day. I think they mean bark emote. Oh, I haven't made one yet. Listen, I'm doing my best. Emotes take time to make. 10 jumping jacks? Alright, give me a second. I had 2 exams today. Politics went decently, but history's really difficult. History exam ended my 3-year streak of never running out of time on an exam, so I'm rather displeased. Jesus Christ. Good luck. Alright, let me... I hope it went well. There's no shame running out of time. Some exams are kind of rated in a way where that's going to happen. But, like, good luck. Vitamin D? No, I want to be awake at 4 a.m. Thanks. This is why I'm on vitamin D supplements. Lurk message seems to be broken. Oh fuck. I am still in the process of moving all of the little exclamation point commands to my new bot. I could work on that during the stream if y'all are okay with it. It would just mean I'm a little bit distracted, and I want to give you my full attention because I feel bad about not being here for so long, and also if the numbers are low, I'll cry. Alright. Oh, I just got dizzy when I stood up. Give me a second. I just got extremely dizzy when I stood up to do the jumping jacks. Give me a moment. Oh, I love being physically ill. Thank you for the hydrate. That's not gonna help. Give me a second. Have you eaten yet since waking up? I ate right before going to sleep, which I went to bed about an hour ago. I have not eaten, you know, in the last 30 minutes. I just took like a nap. Okay, I should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. Yeah, see, okay, for those who are not super familiar with what's going on, I have some form of dysautonomia. Particularly, it's a case wherein my blood pressure drops massively when I stand. It is not a matter of not eating enough, though it can sometimes be a matter of not drinking enough. That said, I have been drinking enough water recently. It is just like it's a problem with my nervous system, with the autonomous nervous system, where my brain does not properly regulate my blood pressure. The blood not doing what it needs to be doing. And I'll admit, I've been considering either disabling or like permanently taking away the exercise redeems just because my health has been declining massively in the last 6 months. It started getting really. It's been on the decline for about a year now, being perfectly honest, but it hit its worst back in December, which is part of why I have been, like, admittedly a lot less capable creatively and streaming a fair bit less and whatnot. It's been really, really hard to function. Drinking water is a difficult task for me, and IDK why. So I will get nauseous if I drink too much water in one setting, actually. You take care, JM. All the best. Barber by bite. If your blood isn't behaving, can I have it? No, I need that. That'll make it worse. That'll make it worse. I can't. No, you cannot have my blood. I need that. I need my blood. I do want to. Let's see. Do I want to address everything? I'm so sorry for crashing out around my stream anniversary. I feel like I do owe you guys some amount of explanation. I had really poured my heart and soul into the stream anniversary. I had been pulling all-nighters, like, most nights for a couple weeks to prepare for it, especially after my merch guy blocked me with no warning or notice, so I was basically forced to reestablish my merch connection from scratch in about 2 weeks. Hello, CRISPR Crow, Barber by Might. No, you cannot have a small bit of my flesh, I need that. But in any case, like, I had really put my heart and soul into this. I had put, like, so many hours of my life into this. And when I went through with my streamiversary, it was the worst performing event I have done in 2 years on both a numbers, like viewership and a revenue end. And after dedicating weeks of my life to this and really desperately hoping it would be like the win that would re-energize me in regards to content creation, that fucking sucked. Like I had not had an event perform that poorly since mid 2024. My event previous had averaged about 40 viewers higher, and my streamiversary the year before had averaged about 20 viewers higher. All of that even discounting just the revenue end of things, and I know it's stupid and I know it's no one's fault, aside of my own for not doing a good enough job advertising and pushing the event, but it was kind of devastating to me as someone who who has been like fighting desperately to go full-time for years now. I'll admit lately it has oftentimes felt as though I had my shot at full-time content creation and then lost it, largely because behind the scenes I've dealt with like close friends. How do I say? I've dealt with some really close friends backstabbing me, talking shit about me, spreading rumors about me for the last 6 months, that have cost me like over a dozen friends and severely damaged my reputation, which of course has had a extremely negative impact on my viewership and income. It really felt in that moment like my chances of ever doing this as a job were over. I was in a really rough and dangerous place after the event, and that is not anyone's fault except for my own. I'm really sorry for worrying folks. But it was a really shitty headspace that I ended up in, and I am still fighting off, and I'm admittedly like really terrified about. But that's part of why I am playing Pokemon Conquest tonight. For those who are unaware, Pokemon Conquest is one of the first games I ever played on my channel, and one of the like hallmarks of this space. it was one of the first games that I dedicated a significant amount of stream time to. And so we're going to be taking like a little trip back to the roots of the channel. I guess a reminder to myself of where I came from in regards to all of this. And I'm hoping that will be kind. If I can be honest, I don't believe this shit about Twitch not counting as many viewers. I'm gonna be so real. Anytime that, like, the internet has gone, oh, Twitch must have changed something to prevent viewers from being counted, etc, etc, etc. It is always at times when my viewership is rising. You know, it never lines up with the periods where my viewership is dropping. And so I frankly do not believe most of that shit. There have been a couple cases where it has lined up, and usually in those cases Twitch has admitted, either publicly or like in the partner Discord, to messing with the means for tracking viewers. The majority of the time when people say it, it's not true. But that's just my perspective. Hello, Crochet Dragon, Barfur by Bite. And no worries, Druid. Fighting off cats is so difficult. I would know. Hello, host as well, Barfur by Bite. But in any case, that's why I haven't been here since Tuesday. I had a really bad meltdown on Tuesday before even going live. I very heavily considered not going live on Thursday. I decided to go live anyway, and that was a mistake. So I ended up taking like a few days off of literally everything. And I'm still working towards the whole like being better thing, but hey, we're trying. Honestly, still don't really fully trust Twitch in most scenarios. I mean, you shouldn't trust any company, but also like, I'm in the Twitch partner Discord. I get a lot of extra info that most people don't get. You're good, man. We all go into bad headspaces from time to time. I know I sure as hell was in a terrible space this weekend. We're all here for you. I do appreciate it. Hello, rank _ bark by bite. I'm trying my hardest to make cool shit, and like my greatest fear is that I'm gonna stream tonight to like the lowest numbers I've seen in years or some shit. But you know what? I'm here. Hey, AE, love and appreciate you. How dare you? And to anyone whose DMs I haven't answered, I'm so sorry. I have not been answering many DMs as of late. But nah, when I was live on Thursday, there was a chat message that had been sent, which was basically like, you know, I had literally just started for the first time in like a 3-hour stream to feel like things were going well. I was on a big political ramble. I was talking about the things I care about and enjoy, and I was starting to, like, for the first time in that entire stream, feel okay. And there was a chat message that was like, huh, I don't like the vibe right now. I'm gonna leave. And that set me into a whole spiral. If I can ask anything of y'all, please, for the love of God, be... how do I say? Be chill. Be kind. Telling a Twitch streamer, hey, I'm gonna go watch someone else, or hey, I can't like, these vibes are bad. That is, really, really poor fucking etiquette. Do not do that to any streamer ever. Do not tell your streamer that you're leaving because you're not having fun. Yeah, like, if you're gonna leave, I'll be dead ass. I've done this a few times for a few people. I will sometimes, like, hit the exclamation point lurk command and then close the stream. I've done that before, because I don't want to be rude. And I wouldn't recommend doing that necessarily, but, like, if you need to leave the stream because you're not having fun, don't tell the streamer that you're not having fun. You know? Please don't do that. You can go and say, hey, I have stuff I need to do, etc., etc. That's chill. That's fine. I'm gonna say because I enjoy watching you. How dare you host? But like, I know this can be a hard thing, but the things you say to like content creators do very heavily emotionally impact them. Please be mindful and be careful of what you say when you're engaging with the work of content creators, because like they read that shit and they will see it and it will impact how they think about their own art, you know? That's how it goes. It's okay to say, hey, I'm heading out, but like, don't specifically say it's like, oh, to watch someone else, or because don't do that. Or because, you know, you have, or because you're not enjoying yourself, you know? Content creators are real people with insecurities and shit. Yeah, exactly. I am, unfortunately, a real person who does probably more things than you. And for every hour I'm on stream, there's like 2 or 3 hours of prep that goes into it. I know I started streaming out of the notion that like, oh, 1 hour of stream means like 1 hour of content produced. It's the most efficient means of content creation. No, for every hour I stream, there's like 2 hours I spend preparing in the background. I put my ass into this, and it is a lot. But I do it because, 1, because I love it, but 2, because like, ha 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 ha, I need money. Streams at an airport, no one needs to announce a departure, especially if you don't have anything nice to say, yeah. So that kind of put me into a whole spiral, and I really apologize for that. But also, Jesus Christ. Internet etiquette, y'all. Probably does more than you isn't a brag or anything. It's doing too much out of necessity. Yeah. When I say I probably do more than you, I mean that like in an average week, I work a minimum of 50 hours. You know? Hello, Wonder. Bark, bark, bite, bite. When I say I probably do more than most of you, I mean on an average week, I work a minimum of 50 hours. So like we're doing our best out here. Hi, Wonder. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, 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 bite. Shout out deployed. Ayo, Wonder licks. Ayo. Sorry, I'm fucking eepy as shit. It's my first day back from a little mini break. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. :3. :3 indeed. Doing well, winding down for bed, one to pop in, and I appreciate the hell out of you for doing so. It's always a pleasure to see you, friend. I know we're never going to exist in the same, like, fucking, time zone space, but I appreciate the fact that you exist. Who needs to be high when you can be sleep deprived, apparently? No, I'm gonna be real. Being high is a lot more fun than being sleep deprived. At least when I'm high, I choose to do it to myself. You know? Hey, I'll stay up 24 hours in a row again eventually. Wonder, when are we pulling an all-nighter together? Huh? When are we going to encourage each other to get worse? Huh? Okay, before I forget, I'm going to open up, Streamlabs, which is my old bot, and I'm going to move a bunch of my commands from Streamlabs to my current bot. I have decided to, like, initially I was working with a hybrid approach and slowly moving things over, but I've been kind of forced to fully move things over, because CloudBot was actually still sending commands that I had fully disabled. Which was kind of a fucking problem. So I need to do that. So I'm gonna idly do that while we're here. I already have an exclamation point VGen, nice. Alright. I stayed up for 24 hours in a row way too many times. Do not follow my footsteps. Oh yeah. Shout out chat to the time that I was awake, or I pulled 4 back-to-back all-nighters to work on a YouTube video. I think I did permanent brain damage by doing that. Please don't do that. In case anyone needs to hear it. Chat, please do not pull multiple back-to-back all-nighters. I have not been the same since. Oh yeah. So I Don't Regret Girlhood, my first and only video essay. I promise that I will release another one. I have started working on AI and the politics of death again, but I have not gotten enough work done on it, as I would like. But while working on that, I pulled basically 4 back-to-back all-nighters. There was somewhere in there where I took an hour-long nap, but quite literally my only sleep for 4 days straight was that 1-hour nap. I'm not normal. AI and the Politics of Death is one banger title. It is such a fascinating subject, and I'm so mad the video's been in production for 3 months now. I feel terrible about it. Like, I dropped the video to work on my streamiversary, and then my streamiversary was a failure. So like I'm picking it back up again slowly. I've started writing the past couple days. I wanted to spend my break into time away on it, but I fucking didn't. That said, I'm trying to lock back in because I want to work on more video content. Life's just a dick. Nice thing is I have Tuesday and Thursday basically completely free this week, so I will be dedicating a lot of that time to working on it. We will see. Remember those days of being so goddamn worried about you? It was worth it. I finished the video. I'd do it again for the sake of fucking finishing another video. Genuinely, I don't know how people are productive while they work jobs. Hello, Carbonic Draconic, bark, bite, bite. I don't understand how people manage to get anything done while working jobs. Cause like, even working like an 8-hour shift and getting home, yeah, there's 8 hours left in the day, but bold of you to assume that I'm gonna be able to get anything done in those 8 hours. I so rarely have fucking time. I need at least 4 of those hours to be lay down and rest time, you know? I don't understand how people do this shit. I'm like, I have to get home, I have to cook food, I have to shower, I have to get my rest time in, and then I somehow still have to like, because it takes me a couple hours just to get locked in and get in the right headspace to write shit. I don't understand how people do this, you know? I don't. On days I work, I get home and it's me in my bed for the rest of the day. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be so dead ass, that's not a way to live. If I can be so fucking real, the fact that that is like normative and expected and chill, I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's a way to live. I don't think we should accept that that's just part of our like fucking norm. And I'm sure there are plenty of people in the world who manage to function, but like those are, you know, neurotypical people. And the fact that anyone who is even like mildly disabled, you know, the fact that like, okay, one of the most frustrating things, at least for my particular like self as a disabled person, I can work a job and function afterwards, but not without consequence. You know? Sure, I have the ability to work and still do things at the end of the day, but not without being in considerable pain. Or rather, I have the ability to work, but by the time I am home, I will be in considerable pain and in too deeply fatigued to, like, do anything. So, while yes, I am capable of holding employment, I cannot do so in a way that does not destroy the rest of my life. And that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Even having a couple days off, it is wild how much better I feel physically when I have a couple days completely free. Capitalism is fucking evil. Hello, Chuckling Bird. Thank you for the hydrant in the stretch. Bar for bite bite. It's scary, if I'm allowed to say it. You know? Part of why I am so desperate to eventually go full-time as a content creator is because I don't know how else I will ever have time to make content creation consistent, to be perfectly honest. Like, I know in order to go full-time, I need to create a lot more than I've been creating. I recognize a large part of why, like, my stream performance and income have been dropping so much is the fact that I've stopped releasing content. I'm putting things out way more slowly. Hello, Shy! But, like, I know a large part of why all of that has kind of fallen off is the fact that I'm struggling to create the content that I need to create. I've been streaming less, I've been, you know, not producing YouTube content, etc. I've been creating less because I am too disabled to create while working. And I cannot go full-time unless I figure out how to create more to a point where I can, like, regain my momentum. And it is such a vicious fucking cycle, you know? Hello, Lore Keeper of the Forlorn, lovely to see you. Hello, Latent Logic as well, Barbara by Might. In any case, that's the kind of, like, vicious cycle I've been stuck in for a while, and that, made me crash the fuck out the other day, and I'm so sorry. Remember not to be too hard on yourself, AE? I need you to understand that I live in poverty. I need you to understand that I fainted 4 times in the last 2 weeks, and that I live in, like, fucking poverty. I'm not like this because I push myself too hard. I'm like this because I'm fucking desperate. But you know, honestly, if you said you would remove 1 stream a week to have time and energy to work on the video, it makes sense to me and I have no problem. So here's the thing. I already did that. I used to stream 4 times a week every week, and these days, most weeks I stream 3 times a week, and I'm still not putting out video content. I already did that, because my health started declining really badly last year. Shrug, though. In any case, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. I need to fix my chat commands. Apologies. Alright, so I got that. I got that. How do I do the lurk command? Where are you? Okay, okay. I need to figure out how I do something very specific. Hello! Hakiva! Welcome on in! Barbara bye bye! Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello everybody! I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Cool Ritual Games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. It's lovely to see ya. We're currently yapping a bit. We're gonna be playing some Pokemon Conquest with some silly little DS action soon. It's lovely to see ya. Hello, Mr. Shamster. Hello, Hockey in the Flash. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What were y'all up to tonight? It's lovely to see ya. Everyone on my end, Hockey is a longtime friend of mine. If any of y'all remember back when I was getting doxxed and harassed and investigated by the FBI, Hockey was helping me out navigating that whole mess. And I appreciate the support to the ends of the earth. If you want to give your thanks to someone who quite literally, like, kept me sane while I was actively getting investigated by the FBI, go say hi to Hockey. Never seen Conquest before, but it does look very interesting. I love Pokemon Conquest. Playing a Shadow of Mordor because Mordor is a valid outlet of emotions. You know what? Real and valid. Real and valid. Do what you gotta do. I'm proud of you, friend. I send my love. Hey, I'm just proud to see you out here creating, genuinely. The world is hard and dark and scary, but you're doing amazing work. I send my love. Oh, okay, I need to figure out how the fuck to set up this particular command in my bot, though. Is this a pre-made? Okay, this does have a built-in follow age, so that's cool. So I can use the built-in follow age. Okay, there is like an add quotes one on here as well, but I'm gonna have to go in and manually move all the quotes over. Hello, Nuggy Dragon, Barbar Bye Bye, love to see you, and hello, Celador as well. Hi, Furinator, Barbar Bye Bye, Barbar Bye Bye. Where the fuck is my lurk command? Apologies, folks. I'm trying to figure out how the hell this works. Because I need to figure out how to do one that, like... Huh. One sec, I'm pulling up the documentation for my bot. Big stretch. Big stretch. Okay. So I need more information on chat commands, specifically like how I include yes. I need to figure out how I reference the thing. Not what I wanted. Nope. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, I can't figure out how to set up a lurk command. Okay. Here's what I'm having trouble with. I'm trying to set up a lurk command with my new bot. I need a lurk command to reference the username of the person using it. I cannot find any documentation for this bot on how I do that. I cannot find any documentation on how I have a command. It's Mix It Up Bot. Is it just $sign username? Can I literally just like have a documentation or list somewhere where it just lists all of the like user information shit? There's gotta be some space where it literally like lists that, you know? there's gotta be somewhere where it, like, lists out that information. Oh, wait, I found it. I found where they list that. Wait. Okay, so it is just username. Okay. So if I go in to mix it up, see, I fucking hate. This is why I've been hesitating to move my shit over to a new bot. You know, this is why, despite the fact that I've had Mix It Up installed for a while, I haven't like fully moved over after months because this shit sucks. So now, if I hit this... I did it! Chat, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I hate that it's not fucking capitalized. Happy to help you set up commands. See, here's the thing. I asked you to do that, like a week ago, and then you didn't, and then I got too scared to remind you. Hello, Astral Calico. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping up your streak. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hate that it's not capitalized. Why is it not capitalized? That's so gross and stupid. Let me capitalize people's usernames in the command. Why is it like that? Hello, the introvert lesbian. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It is not a capitalist. I like capital letters. Can I be so real, chat? Can I be so real? I am extremely picky about the capitalization of my name. Like, absurdly picky about the capitalization of my name. Like, if you capitalize my name incorrectly, it actually bothers me. Hello, Satan. Welcome on in. Barbara my mind. So I really want it to mimic the capitalization that people have assigned for their own usernames, primarily so it'll do mine correctly. Feeling tired, so I think I'm gonna lurk? No worries, you take care of someone awesome. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lesbians are cool. Lesbians are pretty cool. Chat, some butch lesbians are kind of gender. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I was gonna capitalize your name incorrectly because I'm a bad person. Mods timeout Celador/J. How are you? I sure am alive. I sure am here. Know a few more butch lesbians and some more femme ones. They both be cool and nice, real and valid. Yeah, that's illegal, what Zelda said. So I don't know if there's a way where I can make it, like, properly capitalize the username. But here we are. It looks like in the thing it should. But alright. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, they have some kind of dangerous commands in here. User total streams watched. That's dangerous. That is dangerous for me to have. Alright, here we are. Also illegal furinator. I only like it if my username has both the A and the E capitalized or the combined Ash letter capitalized. Please let me look at the number of streams. No, that's dangerous shit for me to have access to. One moment, big stretch. Big stretch. Alright. Uh, Zelda, I'm unmodding you for that, Such J. Hello, Skull Rider, lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Hope you're doing well. Ah, rah, 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 rah. But yeah, no, this shit confuses the hell out of me. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Alright, so that's a lurk command. What other commands do I need to move over? What other commands do I need to move over? Do I have one for throne? Give me a second. Is there a throne? There is a throne over here.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much, Wolfie Zodiac, for the follow. Welcome on in. Hello, Borkley. Lovely to see you. Rah, 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 rah. Can we attack the British? No! We're not attacking the British, chat. Hello, Wolfie Zodiac. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome on in. Bye-bye-bye. Apologies, folks. I'm trying to fix a couple little back-end content creator things that have been fucked up for a while. Because I'm really bad at like being a content creator sometimes. So be patient with me as I am doing my fucking best. Okay, so I don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that. I already set that up. Oh, someone checked to see if follow age is working now. Hello, Jordan Barber Bye Bye. Because follow age should be back in the works. Oh, I need my disclaimer. That's important. I'm pretty sure I have the tip link up. Yes. Hey, we got follow age. Alright, beautiful. So we have that. And then I need to add the disclaimer. Because I'm such a good Twitch streamer. That's not what I meant to do. Actions, chat message, send to streamer. There. So that should exist now. I'm so good at this. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're getting things back up and running. Alright, 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 alright. Thank you for tolerating my scuff. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. I bark and I bite. I bark and I bite. Is there any other commands that I need to, like, really importantly bring over? Let's see. God, it is actually wild to me how much Twitch has changed. Like, I'm looking back at the old commands I had with my old bot and some of these, like, disabled commands that have been out of play for a while. Because we used to not have a lot of the features that we have on this website these days. We used to not have the ability to, for example, to, like, have shared chat and to, like, link other content creators in our titles when we're actively collabing with them. So we used to have to set up, like, commands that would list out our collabs. We also used to not have native shoutouts. Y'all know how, like, we have, like, the you know, shoutout command that we can do now where it, like, puts a big pop-up over the top of the screen? We used to not have that. We used to not have that. That is a relatively new feature. It is wild how much this website has changed in the time I've been using it. User display name. Hello, Miserium, welcome on in, Barber by Bite. Though please don't call me, AER. I'm not particularly fond of that. Just AE is fine. Alright, and let me set up this one last command. No, you're totally fine. I'm just stating that off the bat. You're totally fine. He may have an eye patch, but he's no pirate. Indeed, indeed. Just AE works perfectly fine. Alright, let me just set up this one last command, and I should have all of my commands moved over at that point, at least for now. Alright, this one I do need to like eventually change or update to be a little more detailed, but that is a mostly functional collection of commands. Oh, I don't have an exclamation point blue sky. I should set that up real quick. So let me just quickly set that up. Alright. There we go. There we go. Alright, beautiful. Commands are updated and fixed. Hello, Darkwood Rider. It's lovely to see you. Barbar Bye Bite. Is there any particular reason you don't like air or just vibes? I'm extreme. I was actually talking earlier. I'm extremely particular about the capitalization of my name, and usually when folks call me air, they only capitalize the A, and that is incorrect and bad. The main reason I dislike it is because when people do it, they almost always do not capitalize my name correctly. Okay, the only correct ways to type my name are the two that I'm about to post, alright? Those are the only two correct ones. Those are the only correct ones. Anything else is wrong. And I know it should not bother me. It absolutely bothers me anytime anyone capitalizes my name in a way that is different. I understand if someone just like never uses capital letters ever and they do it lowercase, but like it's wrong. It's incorrect. It is incorrect. The only correct ways to like type, you know, the beginning of my name is with the capitals. I'm autistic as shit. I'm very autistic about my own name. So it bothers me if typically when people like type AER, when people or spell my name that way, they end up not capitalizing the E, and it bothers me. I don't like it. And I've got friends who like call me Arky and shit. Like I don't particularly mind other nicknames. I'm just like, you know, rah, 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 rah. Also, it's just me or as AE's voice deeper. I did up my HRT dosage a tiny bit the last couple weeks. Hee. So mostly chat. Okay. I don't know how many of y'all watched I Don't Regret Girlhood. It's my video essay talking about trans mass perspectives on girlhood and whatnot. But the childhood best friend drag queen in it that I interview, I went and hung out with him the other day. We started HRT within a couple weeks of each other. I got jealous of how much his voice has progressed, so I upped my dosage. You know? I'm a little bit mentally ill. I should rewatch I Don't Regret Girlhood this week. Feel free. It sure is a video essay that I put a lot of work into. I don't like it when my throat does that. Apologies, folks. I'm doing my best. I verbally say Arky, but I wouldn't use it in chat. Not parasocial enough to feel like I know you well enough for a nickname. I mean, that's valid. I will say, like, AE is totally valid. Like, totally real, and I don't mind people calling me Arky and whatnot. I'm just, like, capitalizing correctly, you know? Didn't you nearly die because your dosage was too big one time? No, I didn't nearly die. I never have like nearly died because my HRT dosage was too high or anything. I actually keep myself on a very low dosage. You're thinking of my experiences with THC. What you're remembering, Pizza, is the time that okay, so what happened? My first ever experience with THC, um I I took 10 milligrams. Or it might have been 5, I don't remember. In any case, it was a bit too much for my first time. I consume specifically a THC beverage, and I have a stomach condition, so like anything I consume via my stomach, I'm going to absorb more of, and I'm hypersensitive to, and it's going to last longer. I managed to get my ass home, and I go to take my medication. And like a fucking idiot, I double dose of my medication. My medication, which should not be mixed with THC. I ended up in the hospital because I kept throwing up. It was bad. It was not good. I'm totally fine as long as I, like, don't consume edibles in a close proximity to my medication, you know? As long as I don't consume edibles in close proximity to my medication, I'm fine. But that happened. My roommate can't do edibles. He likely has gastro as well. Gastro will fuck you up when it comes to edibles. Bad time. Would not recommend. Would not recommend. Please keep yourself safe if you're going to engage with any form of drug. My body is a little bit broken, but you know what? Here we are. I do my best. I promise I do not intentionally put myself in dangerous situations. I just have a body that doesn't work correctly, you know? Have I ever said that I fucking love the emotion in your ears? Thank you. I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into this model. The ears were one of those things that I put a lot of time and attention into. I do, like, I'll be honest, I want to redo this model at some point. I do really like it. But I've been kind of itching to do a 3.0. I'm trying to put it off as long as possible because I cannot afford to lose that many hours of my life. But you know, here we are. Something like that wouldn't happen when you're careful. You were careless? Don't tell me I was fucking careless. I was careful. I did not realize that there were some side effects with medication. That fucking happens. Hello, Astra. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm unfortunately someone with a lot of physical illness, and I didn't account for how physical illness is going to interact with certain things. Because for normal people, that wouldn't happen. It only happens to me because I have a handful of very specific medical conditions. Sometimes people get unlucky with their meds. Also true. I'm unfortunately hypersensitive to, like, literally everything. Medication, like, in general, just fucks me up. It actually really sucks. Yeah, people double dose on their meds all the time, actually. I just happen to have a condition called gastroparesis. I was rewatching your video over the weekend to calm my mind. What was the third model you were making a couple years ago? Oh, that's my 3D model, except I ended up outsourcing it to someone else because 3D modeling was too hard. I believe you mentioned before, do you have a pillbox? I have one. I'm horrible at sticking to it. I try to stick to it. I can't stick to it for longer than a couple days. Like, my entire life that's been an issue. Had to get dinner with family and have to dress fancy. Oh, I'm so sorry, Astra. Hey, you survived. You survived. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But no, I was actually working on a 3D model that I was making myself a couple years ago. in preparation for my streamiversary, and I ended up having to, or I ended up eventually deciding that I did not have the time or capacity to finish it myself and outsourcing it to Trail, who did an incredible job. I absolutely love the 3D model that Trail made for me. AE has even ended up in the hospital for taking all his medications because their side effects. His life is a trauma series. To be fair, it's the only time I've ever ended up in the ER. Just the once. What happened with my eye? That is a long story. I am a fae beast, a mythological creature, protector of the dead, etc., etc. But I no longer serve that purpose. I was exiled. That's your brief version of the story. But nah, like, people double dose on their meds all the time. It's just a thing that happens. These have only ever worked for me if someone relentlessly reminds me to fill them. Yes, and I will just forget. Is there on the internet we can read? Not currently. I want to put it up eventually. I have no fucking free time. It would require so much free time for me to get that up. And it's been something that's been on my plate for a couple of years now, but I have not managed to get, down because it just takes so long. And I have so little time. I've been wanting to put, like, as much of the info as I can on my world and everything that is happening within it, like, in one place. I've been wanting to put it up on a website, but unfortunately that requires so much fucking time. I'm so tired of not having free time, chat. Please help me go full-time. Chat, you should, like, totally help me go full-time as a content creator. Please. Please. Help me. I'm desperate. Nah, it's something that would take, that is going to take a lot of considerable time and effort in the long run, and I appreciate every shred of support I get, but I'm unfortunately probably not going full-time this year, as much as I dream of it. Someday. We'll get there someday. Thank you for the hydrant, Reggie. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Reggie. How are you? I hope you're doing well. You are a good AE. I am just a guy on the internet. I am just a guy on the internet. Jevil Deltarune is in America? Boop the fobs, bite the fobs, empty your bank account for the fobs. Please take care of yourselves first and foremost. Only ever give me money if you can afford to do so, or afford to take care of yourself first. I will say, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Meds are hard, especially when you have to take them 4 times a day or more. Yeah, I've always sucked at, like, because I have nighttime and daytime meds, and I don't sleep on a consistent schedule. So it is really hard for me to, like, take my nighttime meds particularly consistently. You know? It is really, really difficult to take my nighttime meds on a regular basis. Big yawn. Big yawn. Everyone ignore the fobs, put fobs first. No, put yourselves first and foremost, please. We're all out here struggling in this capitalist hellscape, and I appreciate every shred of support I get, so thank you. Bark bark. Bite bite. I appreciate the holiday, y'all, though. Genuinely. I promise I'm doing what I can. We feel like garbage, we trug on like a zombie. Real as shit. Real as shit. Chat, be sure to forfeit all mortal positions to the fob. Chat, I want to be very clear. I'm not a cult leader. I am not a cult leader. I will 100% be throwing what I can soon. I'm entering my busy AF season. You got this, Gracie. You got this. Steal from the rich for the fob. This true. This true. Steal from the rich for me. We've elected you cult leader. I didn't ask for this. I did not ask to be cult leader. This was not my request nor my desire. I'm not a cult leader. This is not a cult. This is a political movement. This is a political movement. We're not asking, but it's your fate. No! Chat, I can be a revolutionary leader without running a cult. I can do that. That's allowed. Ah, rah, 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 rah. He is the parental unit? No. I'm not your father. I'm not your dad. I am not your dad. Just hit a 6.7k channel points. Absolute Cinema. Congratulations, host. Congratulations. Chat, I'm just a guy on the internet. I am just a guy on the internet desperately trying to, like, survive out here. Fuck y'all. Do not call me that, Druid, I will say. Do not fucking call me that. That used to be a banned word in my fucking chat, fun fact. Chat. Chat. I'm being so real. So, that used to be a banned word in my chat. As well as its feminine equivalent, because I personally don't feel comfortable being called them or saying them myself. You will notice that I am not saying the words because I feel sick to my stomach when I say them. I cannot say them. This is not a indictment of anyone who, like, enjoys that particular dynamic. Do what the hell you want. I'm not going to stop you from living your life and enjoying yourself. But I am not at all comfortable with those terms being used towards me. There was one time, very early in my streamer journey, where someone decided to call me that. And I said, hey, don't do that. And they decided their next course of action was to misgender me. They're blocked now. Or they're banned. That was one of my first bans as a streamer as well. Shit was wild. Yeah, they're no longer banned terms, just you can, like, call fictional characters that and whatnot. Do not refer to me with any kind of parental terminology. I don't like it. I have no intentions of ever being a parent. Wow, jarred. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, rah, rah, rah. I know I wasn't going to, but the fact that it flashed through my brain as a desire to be a brat overflowed. You know what? Real and valid. Hello, Parshi. I am also sleepy. How are you doing today? Honestly, same parenthood ain't for me. Listen, I'm totally chill to be, like, the older brother figure, or even, like, an uncle figure to younger kids. I have no desire for kids who are biologically related to me whatsoever, and the thought deeply disturbs me. It gives me more sibling energy than parental energy. Yeah, I would say I'm very older brother coded. Yes, there's salt in my water. Would you be a grunkle? Maybe someday if I live that long. Very real, raw answer right there. Maybe someday if I live that long. I could be someone's grand uncle. Oh, big yawn. Oh, that was a big yawn. Alright, body. Chat, he's eeping his sleepying. God, I wish I could fucking nap. As an eldest child, you give me a middle child who has become chaos. My older brother's a fascist, so you're my real brother? Hell yeah! Hello, Monster Kicker, bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm okay being the laid-back uncle, might as well, since kids are okay with me, even those that don't know me. Real and valid. Real and valid. I'm here. I'm doing my best, you know? The current state of being is just doing my best, and that's okay sometimes. I'm low-key doing like 10 million things behind the scenes right now, because that's how I roll. I love multitasking. Someone needs to force me to stop multitasking. It's terrible for me. Hello, Shy Lion. It's been a while. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Big stretch. Puts you in the jar? No, not the jar. Not the jar. Don't put me in the jar. I don't want to be in the jar. Oh, there was something I wanted to talk about today. What was it? What was it that I had on my mind? I think the only way to do that would be to tie your hands up, and I do not relish that task. Yeah, I might. Hello, Napon Iguana. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. What was it I wanted to talk about? I think there were a few things. I'm trying to remember what they were. YouTube watch history. Help me out. YouTube watch history. Save me. Punk scene stuff? See, there hasn't particularly been any action in the local punk scene, unfortunately. Holy shit, chat, I want to play Pokopia so badly. That's not what I wanted to talk about, but holy fucking shit, guys, I want to play Pokopia. I am so mad that I cannot play Pokopia. I want to play Pokopia. Please let me play Pokopia. This is a joke. I need someone to buy me a fucking Switch 2 so I can fucking play Pokopia. Please. I want it, but I don't have a Switch 2. Hello, Myriad, welcome on in. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everyone, lovely to see ya. I'm Archivist, I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not retro games and do art here on twitch.tv, but we're currently yapping as we're off to do around here. I'm a loud punk bastard talking about queer shit, leftist shit, punk shit, all sorts of shit. It's lovely to see ya. How was your stream? Hello, hello, hello. Hope you all had a wonderful time. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Myriad some love. How goes it? Is the Switch on the throne? No. I hope you're doing absolutely incredible though. Bark bark, bite bite. As I am off to say. Chat, I love biting people. I fucking love biting people. Anyway, I want to switch to. As of late, as of recent, have just been so mad about not being able to play Pokopia. I thought the Switch 2 was on the throne. So here's the thing. I decided it literally was not worth keeping up on the throne because it's going to take so many fees from y'all to acquire that it's literally just not worth having up on the throne. especially because Nintendo is currently discussing raising the price. And with crowdfunding items, I can't do that. That's going to fuck up the purchase, and it's going to get rejected ultimately by Throne later on. Literally, my better option is just setting aside like 100 to 150 bucks here and there in order to afford it. It is just genuinely the smarter option because I need to get it relatively soon because Nintendo's going to be upping the price. The feel when no games. The feel when no games. The feel when no games. Seeing everyone play Pokopia has had me wanting to play it, but I'm poor, so I'm back into playing Dragon Quest Builder 2. Real and valid. Isn't Nintendo suing the US government over tariffs or something? I mean, good luck to them in that regard. Like, I am scared what's going to happen to Nintendo in retaliation for that, you know? We'll see. We will see. But there has been discussion about Nintendo potentially increasing the prices of the Switch 2, mostly because of how much more expensive computer parts are getting due to the rise of AI. I think people forget that, like, the Nintendo Switch and other gaming consoles use similar computer parts to, like, the rest of the technology industry. So they're also getting impacted by the ways in which prices are like increasing for physical hardware, and the Nintendo Switch was already being produced at a loss, so it was more expensive to produce than it was to sell. That loss is massively widening. They need to they might have to increase the price. Would certain words get me banned on Twitch? I call Deep Rock Galactic something else and I want to keep watching AE streams. It depends on what the words are. I'm just gonna pretend the internet doesn't exist until I get money for a Switch 2. This happens every time I want to play a game, but don't want spoilers. Real and understandable. I've already been very thoroughly spoiled for Pokopia. I keep watching gameplay of it and I'm so mad I can't play it. Pokopia is like probably one of those games that would like grab me and not let me fucking go. And games like that don't come around very often. It's not very often a game just absolutely captures me to that deep of an extent. I want it so badly. But yeah, even if like Nintendo does sue the US government and succeed, they still have to worry about increasing hardware prices. Because again, the Switch 2, and this is always the case with consoles, most video game consoles, to my understanding, are produced and sold at a loss. So the company is actually losing money when they sell them to you, with the hopes of making that money back on games. If I recall correctly, that tends to be how it works. And if the cost of hardware keeps rising, that's not going to be viable at the current price point. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I also want it so fucking badly, but I don't have the money for it. Nods, nods. I feel you. That's why my plan is to literally like put aside 100 to 200 bucks every month for the next few months in the hopes that I can afford it. Companies selling consoles make their money from game sales. Yeah, exactly. That's my understanding as well. Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people look at the Switch 2's price and they go, it's so expensive. They are selling it at a loss. It takes more than $450 for them to produce. They're selling it to you and losing money when they do so because fucking computer parts are so expensive right now. Because of AI bullshit. The White House posted a photo of Pokopia saying, MAGA, and they are frowning upon the White House, advocate of any legal action happening from it. I don't think there's legal action related to that. Initially, when that happened, there was no legal action taken. I thought it was, you know, Nintendo doesn't want to end up too loudly on the bad side of the government, because, like, Trump's really eager to be banning shit right now. Hello, Neko Boy Blue, Barper by Bite. But given Nintendo is apparently pursuing legal action over tariffs, I don't think that's actually the case. I just think they went for a lawsuit that was like more strategic. Because I will say, like, as a company, Nintendo is very strategic when it comes to taking legal action. They're rarely going to take legal action if they are not likely to win and it is not likely to benefit them in the long term. That's why so many piracy websites stay up. Because they recognize when they are likely to win and when it is worth actually like going after stuff. Even Infinite Money Steam delayed their system because of hardware issues in the pipeline. Yeah. Hello Mix Maxi. Hello Neko Boy Blue. Bar Bye Bites. Oh, by the way, folks, regarding the Vintage Story server that we opened for the Streamiversary, I'm going to be playing on that on Wednesday. We finally settled out issues with the mod pack, so it should be mostly functional. I might add one or two things, but, like, at this point, so long as you have, cleanly wiped your mod pack, everything should be good to join the server and play. I'm going to be on there on Wednesday on stream. We're going to have a good time chilling and vibing. I'm excited. What emotion does that convey? Horror. Absolute horror. Part of the reason Nintendo consoles and handheld systems have historically been underpowered is partially because of the cost to make versus price to be sold. Yeah. Did we fix the aging meat bug? Because all my stews turned into missing items? I have no clue. No clue. You'll have to, if anyone does have issues, like either DM me about it or post about it on the gaming channel, and I'll direct them to the person who knows. Which would be one of my friends. From what I understand, the lawsuit is coming as a result of, I believe it was the South Carolina ruling that tariffs were unlawful, so Nintendo is suing for lost revenue and damages. Hopefully they win. I would love to see that happen. Also, Nintendo's pretty good at picking only winning battles, because if they lose a court case, it gives massive tempo to people emulators making knockoffs. Exactly. Like I said, they're extremely strategic with this shit. They are extremely strategic with this shit. If Nintendo pursues legal action ever, it's because they know they are going to win. Because, yeah, any losses horribly damage them. Part of why, for example, like, law around emulation is so messy and foggy and unclear is because both sides of the aisle are very scared to pursue action out of fear that they will lose ground. The companies are scared that if they pursue action, that the courts will side with consumer rights, and consumers are scared that they will end up. The proponents of emulation and piracy are scared that they will end up banned in an effort to protect capital. And so it's kind of like emulation is in this weird, complicated legal gray area where neither side wants to make a move unless they know they are going to win. Which is understandable. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp! 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 Oh no, I like women too much to be in the gaming channel. It's okay, Neko Boy Blue. You're allowed to be gay specifically only when you game. It's okay, Neko Boy Blue. I've decided you're an honorary queer. You're a blue-haired cat boy. You're an honorary queer. I did theater. I have a pass. Hello, Baba the Sharky. Lovely to see you. :3. Twitch chat when :3. Honorary gay card. Real. Chat. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna get Neko Boy Blue in trouble like that. Yeah. It's okay. Neko Boy Blue is an honorary queer. He is a fucking blue-haired cat boy who is genuinely really chill and accepting and understanding with queer shit. And honestly, chat, I appreciate the accepting, chill cishet people. Some of the like kindest, best intentioned, and most like helpful folks I know in my life are like just really accepting cishet folk, and we appreciate those people. Speaking of, let me send you today's meme, AE. Alright, what's today's meme? For the long... Wait, that's so good. Wait. One sec, I'm sharing this with chat. Oh, one sec, I need to delete that. New emoji unlocked? New emoji unlocked. New emoji unlocked. But no, I'll be dead ass. Some of like the kindest and most helpful people in my life have been the just really chill accepting cishet folk. Partially because like some of those really chill accepting cishet folk like some of those folk have been there for me, cause like okay, listen. Yeah, that's me, bitch ass. Yeah, Lucky's one of those people. Like I'll be so honest. I love my queer community. Don't get me wrong. We're very prone to drama. And sometimes when like the queer friend circle is inevitably undergoing the drama, I appreciate the chill cishet folk in my life who are like, you know, communicative and chill. Gay on gay hate crime. Real. Thank you so much to every single time Lucky has offered me weed and a meal, you know. If no one's attacking you, it's a good to step in and defend those who need it. Real as shit. Nah, and we appreciate the hell out of it. No, like I appreciate every time, for example, Lucky here in chat has offered me a meal and weed when I am fucking struggling. Thank you for the text to AE Bama. Remember, it's not gay if the socks are still on. I am honored to be the one who drives to all places or is brave enough to ask the waitress for more napkins. Real as shit. Occasionally, the 24-person polycule has problems. Chat, I am so tired, actually, of, like, the giant, friend circle expansive, polycule. I'm so tired of it. Hello, Light Secret, thank you for the hydrate. Like, no shade to the folks who enjoy those dynamics. Live your best life. Please learn to properly set boundaries before you walk into a polyamorous relationship. Please, I'm begging. It's hard to make work, absolutely. Queer people in my audience, please learn how to set boundaries. The cishet man was the only thing keeping my friend group together a couple years ago. Sadly, that friend group has since dissolved. But that may be because the cishet man turned out to be another queer non-binary. Real as shit. We love our allies. My cooking is best when enjoyed by many. Hell fucking yeah, Lucky. I'm glad to have you in my life, genuinely. Part of my success is because I'm asexual for the most part. You know, real and valid. I imagine that can help. Wait, y'all have friend groups? I used to. Chad, do I out my friend group drama live on stream? Do I talk about this? Enjoy your lyric box, Marinix. Y'all. Okay, so. No, I don't think I talk about this. But Jesus fucking Christ. It was rough. Yeah, I don't think I talk about this. But the TLDR is like, people didn't respect other people's boundaries, and now everyone is mad at everyone. Everyone is mad at everyone. My friend group kind of dissolved after I came out because 2 other people came out and half the group started college. That just happens sometimes, unfortunately. Like sometimes a friend group is kind of conditional on the time and place you're in at life. Let me check something. I need my my mod view. One sec. Hello, mod view. Hello. Why do you think I have writer in my name, AE? Fair point. Fair point. Give me a moment. Okay, so there were 2 people in my friend group who were dating and recently got married. There were another 2 people in the friend group who got married. Among these 2 couples, 2 of them cheated. So from these 2 couples, one party from each couple, they cheated with each other. And so everyone is mad at everyone. Both couples, one of which was fucking married, are now broken up. One of these people has also been known to, like, sleep with fucking anyone. Including people, like, I have found out who are, like, fucking 7 years younger than her. And I'm like, it's not illegal. But on top of the cheating, that's... And... to really put fuel on the goddamn fire, the partner of one of the people who cheated has been... I recognize a lot of it's because it is not doing well right now. Like, you know, of course, having hello Mewy Poison, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but we're talking about like we're talking about like 27 and 19 right now, you know? Like that's a bit you know. There's nothing inherently wrong with age gaps, because the accepted like as you grow up and become older, what is chill and acceptable develops and shifts, you know, because the maturity gap between people shrinks as you get older, you know. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like there's a difference between, you know, like a 25 and a 35-year-old and like 18-year-old and a 28-year-old, you know? That's kind of my take. It's complicated and situational, but you know. But to top it all off, one of the folks who was cheated on has like been really not coping well and not doing great, and has like had a fight with another one of our friends, and literally like kept going back and forth, apologizing, unapologizing, and then admitted that she didn't actually feel bad for like anything that she did, etc, etc. It's a whole big falling out. Basically the entire friend group is in shambles. My IRL friend circle has been cut in half in the last month. You know, from Neko Boy Blue, I'm gonna be so real, I don't know what anyone over 25 sees as people under 20. No, I get it. I'm like, I have matured so much as a person in the last few years, especially in the last like year and a half, which has really proven to me how much that maturity gap thing matters. Hello Beep, lovely to see you. Being Arrow Ace and seeing all the homies getting together and breaking up, just sitting there in the wreckage left over. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I'm not Ace, but I'm very aromantic, so oftentimes I'm just kind of sitting in the middle of relationship drama going like, ha 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 ha, what the fuck? It sucks. It sucks. But yeah, like I'm kind of at a point in my life where like I look at some of my friends who are under 21 and I'm like, hey, y'all are chill. But I wouldn't date you because you need time in the oven, you know? Like, hey, my friends who are under the age of 21, I'm glad I know you. You're wonderful people. I love to see you thriving in life. I wouldn't date you. You need more time in the oven. Take some time to learn how to be a person. You know, jars them for real. Yeah, it's basically my IRL friend group has been in shambles for the last month. All of this hit right after Valentine's Day, like a few days after Valentine's Day, and it has been a shit show. I have a rule that without very good reason, no under 21 is allowed in my house. Like, I'm happy to be friends with people who are like 19, 20, 21, but I keep more boundaries in place there than I do with my friends who are like 21 plus at this point, you know? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm discovering that the Charlotte trans community is one giant polycule. Like, I'm only 2 or 3 degrees of metamorph for every other trans woman in the city. That kind of shit scares me, Jibbery. That kind of shit scares me. I, unfortunately, have learned that, like, I cannot do the friend group that is a giant polycule anymore, you know? Okay. I feel like the issue is that so many trans people go the majority of their lives feeling like they are unlovable and struggling to love themselves, and as they start to struggle, or as they start to transition, they start to feel like they are capable of being loved and are able to be vulnerable for the first time in their lives, so they immediately jump into complicated, nuanced relationships that they're not equipped for. You cannot date 3 people while you are still figuring yourself out, you know? And I know it's going to be a harsh message for some people to hear, but it's not going to end well. If you are still developing a sense of self and learning how to navigate yourself as a person, trying to be in complicated polyamorous relationships that do not have, like, strictly defined rules is not going to work out most of the time. Polyamorous relationships, by their very nature, require more communication skills than monogamous relationships. And I think a lot of people approach polyamory because they feel like it allows them to have more love and to have less rules. Polyamorous relationships require more rules. You know? Please, take care of yourselves. So like I can no longer do like the giant friend group that is a massive polycule situation. I have had to learn how to set my boundaries, and unfortunately I think a lot of like still developing queer people who are in those big polyamorous spaces also suck at respecting boundaries. If I can be dead ass, because a lot of them perceive boundaries as an attack on their ability to express themselves or as personal distaste or anger. Don't do that. Chat, I promise you the existence of boundaries are not an attack on you. They are an effort to make sure that a relationship can be maintained in the long run. But like, please, begging other trans people, work on yourselves before you enter those kinds of dynamics. I dated a girl who cheated in public with a guy she went to high school with. She called my mom and said I was the dad of her kids 2 months after we broke up. She had the kid and shared a room with the wife of the guy she cheated with. Neither of us was the dad. Wild. I agree with someone who's experienced on this matter. Yeah, the music is very fitting. Indeed. I still need to work on myself a lot before I can get into even a monogamous relationship. I'll also agree with that. Hey, chat. This might be a difficult thing for some people to swallow. I don't think you can be in a healthy relationship, even a monogamous relationship, until you have learned to love yourself. If you don't love yourself, you cannot be in a healthy relationship. You know? I know it's gonna be really hard for some people to hear, but if you do not love yourself enough to exist on your own, any kind of relationship you are in is going to become heavily dependent, and is going to blow up. Please take care of yourselves. And I know I'm saying this as the aromantic person, but these are the observations I have gathered after, like, you know, existing in these spaces for a long time. I'm dating another girl, or dating as much as an aromantic person like me can date someone. Made it clear to her that I'm not dating anyone else, but I will be experimenting, sleeping around with other people. She has 2 other partners she can get the romance from. Real and valid, genuinely. Real and valid. Like, my particular approach to relationships is, like, I will casually engage with people, but I make it very clear to them that it is nothing serious and that they cannot expect any kind of, like, proper relationship out of me. And for the most part, that's kept me out of trouble. For the most part. Actually, that's not true. You'd be surprised the number... Okay. One thing that I have learned is that I need to shut down flirting from allo people. I've had a few too many cases wherein, like, I end up establishing some kind of dynamic with an allo person, and even though I explain, hey, I'm aromantic, this is not going to go anywhere, I will allow them to, like, flirt with me, and I'll flirt back, etc., lean into that. And a lot of them will end up catching feelings, and then getting mad at me for being aro, even though that was an established boundary. And I recognize that that is a difficult situation to navigate. My hot take is that if you are, you know, in a dynamic like that and you start to catch feelings, you should say, hey, I need to pause this until I can sort these feelings out, instead of getting mad at the person. What's an allo? Oh, so the opposite of aromantic. An allo person is someone who experiences a romantic and or sexual attraction, like, normally. Casually engaged, is that what we call you getting stunlocked when a twink walks by? Sure, we'll go with that. Allo would be the root. Yes, Drakensword has it right. Yes. I think it's more complicated than that. Such many people misinterpret that, to be honest. I think it's more you need to understand that you have the capacity to be loved and trust folks to show you that they love you, because refusing to accept love of a partner is telling them that they're lying to you. So here's my thing though, Lycan. I do think you need to have love and security for yourself to be in a healthy relationship, because otherwise you will be emotionally dependent on the partner, and if there is ever a breakup or interpersonal struggle or a break, you're gonna fall apart. I've watched too many people who, like, they get into relationships, they're heavily emotionally dependent on the other person for any kind of affection and security, and then when that person isn't able to give them the security, or they have a fight, etc., they fall apart. Hello, Blaziken, lovely to see you. We're gonna be playing some Pokemon Conquest later. How are you? We're also talking a lot about interpersonal relationships, and I'm giving my hot takes on queer culture right now. But nah, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on the matter. Please take care of yourselves. But yeah, like, unfortunately, at this point, I have been burned so many times by the friend circle that is a massive polycule, even when I'm not at all involved in the massive polycule, to a point where I'm, like, very anxious engaging in related or adjacent spaces. You know. I absolutely believe that, like, polyamory is a thing that can be done healthily. And I'm a big proponent and enjoyer of relationship anarchy. But the majority of people are not emotionally equipped for it. The majority of people are not emotionally equipped for that. I'm doing well mostly? Hell fucking yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. Man, I love Allos. We're talking about the dinosaur, right? I love dinosaurs. Chat, I really want to play Fossil Fighters, but I am so scared to ever stream Fossil Fighters because of the low-key racist subtext of the game. Like, Fossil Fighters is a game I am so incredibly nostalgic for, and then I play it and then I get hit with the racism. And I go, oh right, I forgot about how racist this game gets. I keep forgetting about the racist caricatures in the fucking Fossil Fighters games. Oh. Perfectly valid concern, to be honest. Like, Fossil Fighters is such a fun game. Why is it racist? That is such a sentence of all time to come out of my mouth, actually. I think it's definitely possible to struggle with loving yourself and being in a healthy relationship, but it takes a lot of work and self-awareness. That's fair. That's fair. And I don't think most people have that. I'm concerned, how's it possible do you make a dinosaur racist? No. It's the human characters in the game. Okay. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna pull up an image here. Alright, so. I don't want to open the link, I want to open the image. There we go, open image, new tag. Alright, so. I really love Fossil Fighters. Every now and then, a few times in my life, I have been like, I want to play Fossil Fighters. I miss Fossil Fighters. That was a really good game that I played when I was like 8. And then I go to play Fossil Fighters. And within the first like hour of the game, I am met with this. And I go, oh right, this game is kind of fucking racist. And I always forget about it until I start to play the game again. Like, I'm so nostalgia blinded by this game that I keep forgetting that this is a thing. And then I sit down and go like, you know, why have I not streamed Fossil Fighters? And then I remember this. I hate it so much. Why was this necessary? Hello, Magi. Welcome on in. Barbara Bye Bye. The amount of anti-indigenous racism in media from that gen is wild. Yeah, absolutely. No, like the amount of like characterization of indigenous populations in a lot of early 2000s media is genuinely wild. It's so specific. Like, you look at this and you know this game is from the like late 2000s. You look at this and you know. We are conquesting tonight. Yes. I hate it so much because I want to be able to play and enjoy Fossil Fighters. It's a game I have incredible nostalgia for, but every time I get to this part of the game, I die a little bit inside. And I would not feel comfortable like streaming this content without having the vocabulary to properly like talk about it at the very least. See, here's the thing, Darkwood Rider, I would have to do like a lot of research in order to properly address that, and I'm a very white boy. Chat, don't know if you knew this about me. I am extremely white. I am fucking extremely white. Also, you don't want to have to stop and do a whole scripted spiel on why this is problematic every time you come across it. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I need to do my research and remind myself how prominent it is in the game at some point. But like, no, here's the thing, Dragon's Horde, no one talks about this. No one talks about this. I've like looked up the phrase Fossil Fighters racism, and people keep talking about how like there's a caricature of an Australian person in the third game. No one talks about Dig-a-Dig Village. They're like, oh, they characterized, or they caricatured an Australian person in the late game. No one talks about this. Gonna lurk for a bit? No worries, you take care, enjoy your drive. I'm baffled every time I like think about this game. Big fan of Deep Rock Galactic in particular. I tried to play it once, I didn't vibe with it, but real and valid, live your best life. Why does no one talk about this? I don't know. I need to at some point. I caught the joke. I caught the joke. I just know how to respond to it. I need to figure out at some point how I would address that were I to play it. It's a game series I have so much nostalgia for, but I cannot fucking stomach that shit, and I would need to do a lot of research in order to be able to properly discuss it to the level I would want to. Um, Jesus Christ, you know? See, I tried to play Deep Rock Galactic one time, and it might have just been the folks I was playing with. I'll be so honest, if you introduce me to a new game, I need you to introduce me to it really slowly. And if you do not, and like when I say really slowly, I mean like 3 times slower than you think you need to. Take whatever you're thinking when I say I need you to introduce me to a game slowly, and I need you to slow it down even more. Because I get extremely easily overwhelmed. It's gonna take me like probably at least 5 hours to start feeling comfortable with the game's controls. And so you need to be okay with sitting on like the easiest difficulty for me for those like 5 fucking hours before you even like try to, you know, introduce me to further shit. And yeah, motion blur, bright colors, flashing lights, all of that stuff further overwhelms me and makes it even more difficult. I've had a lot of people insist that they could show me games and be patient with me and take it slow, and every single time they have managed to still rush me and I end up getting turned off from the game. I don't think I have ever successfully had someone introduce me to a multiplayer game. Which sucks. Racism against indigenous folk is often minimized and brushed aside. No one wants to acknowledge and actually address that shit. This is true. This is true. I have tried to play Helldivers. The first 2 missions went well. The 3rd mission, they turned up the difficulty and the rest of the team rushed ahead and left me in the dirt and didn't help me. And it sucked. And I have not touched Helldivers since. I just require a lot more patience than I think a lot of people understand or are willing to give at times, unfortunately, because I'm extremely easily overstimulated. And I also, admittedly, this is a thing that I'm working on. This is a thing that I am working on. I have trouble, when I repeatedly ask things, expressing my boundaries or discomfort, you know? I'm pretty good at, like, initially in a moment, or like initially expressing my boundaries, but if people do not immediately hear them and take them seriously, I have trouble reasserting them. So if I express a boundary to someone and someone goes, oh, it's not a big deal, I historically will shut down and just stop expressing the boundary. If it is not like immediately respected. Again, a thing that I am working on because it's not very great to like struggle with boundaries to that level, but it is a problem I historically have had. But you know, I would 100% get that. A lot of the times the multiplayer games I can work with are ones where I have room to do my own thing. Real and valid. Usually work by letting the one I'm introducing the game to figure things out and answer questions if asked. See, and like I've had some amount of success with it, but then people will still like get frustrated with how slow I'm moving and start doing things themselves instead of teaching me how to do the things, and I'm like, this sucks, you know? I know I'm really hard to introduce to new games, especially on stream, but here we are. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Big stretch. I hope everyone's doing well, genuinely. I try to just follow the person around and let them explore shit, answer questions, look up shit if they need to, and that's real and valid. I get what you mean. It's hard. It's also really shitty having someone say it's fine when you talk about something challenging for you. Oh, absolutely. Have you ever played any Spectrobes games? I have not, but they've been on my list for like 4 years. I'm being so real. Spectrobes has been on my to-stream list for 4 years. I want to play them. I've been looking for an excuse to eventually do so. Definitely doesn't help if people try to introduce you by dragging you into a normal mission instead of genuinely showing you the ropes. Yeah, that's happened a lot. That's happened a lot. I imagine not being super exposed to the language of games from a young age might not help. Oh, very much so. But you know. Enjoy your Lorky's Magi. Spend hours in Breath of the Wild just climbing a mountain looking at the view. Real and valid. Real and valid. I don't know. Games are hard. Chat, games are hard. Games are fucking difficult, and that's okay sometimes. I have not played any Digimon World games. I want to. They're on my list. I would like to eventually get to them. If I can say something. So I recently actually bought the DLC for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet because a friend gave me a gift card. So I've been like going back and playing Scarlet and Violet after playing Legends ZA, and holy shit, chat, why does it control so much worse? Like I like Scarlet as a game. I don't get me wrong, like I am not a Pokemon Scarlet hater. I'm not a Gen 9 hater or whatnot. I think the games get worse of a rap than they deserve in a lot of situations. Jesus Christ though, why are the controls so fucked? Why are the controls so fucked? Why does it just genuinely feel like a worse game to like play and control than Legends ZA? I'm glad it feels like the Pokemon Company is moving in a better direction right now. And it feels like they're finally getting the hang of doing 3D with Legends ZA, and I'm hopeful for the future. Like the Legends games have been what I have wanted out of 3D Pokemon, you know? And I hope they continue to be. But Jesus Christ, I'm having to like re-get used to Scarlet Violet's controls. It's bad. That's simply how it goes, though. That's simply how it goes. God, I want to play Pokopia so bad. Chat, I'm talking about this again. I want to play Pokopia so bad. Chat, I deserve to play Pokopia. I deserve to play Pokopia. Someone give me Pokopia. I want it. I want it. One day I will acquire Pokopia. It looks so good. Chat, it looks so fucking good. I want it. I will have it eventually. May or may not be watching this stream as a break for Pokopia. Real and valid. How dare you? I deserve a Switch too. I'm planning to save up some money and then hopefully have the funds left over after the upcoming move to be able to afford to get it. To get a Switch 2 and Pokopia. Especially because I'm very concerned about them raising the prices soon. But anxiety. Anxiety. Genuinely, Pokopia feels like such a good extension to games like Mystery Dungeon and Poke Park. I'm so happy with it. It really feels like they made Pokemon Animal Crossing from everything I've seen. I have been watching a lot of gameplay of it, and it looks like it's right up my alley as someone who was a massive, massive enjoyer of Animal Crossing. I adore Animal Crossing. I'm so hyped. Give me a second, I need an energy drink. Also, Nat will be hitting soon. I'd argue it's more than Pokemon Animal Crossing, actually. A lot of the reviews ranked it super high, too. Real and valid. Like, I really want to check it out and play it. Love your avatar, thank you. I made my main one myself. Not this one, though. Ah, oh, caffeine! Chad, I fucking love caffeine. Thank you for making me normal, Omega Scales. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Enjoy your shower, Monster Kicker. I wonder if I could grab a snack. How much have I eaten today? I ate a sandwich, a side salad, a thing of tuna. I think I need another meal. My ears perk up unnaturally fast. Caffeine. I might see if I can acquire a snack. It might, chat, be food time. I can't tell if I'm hearing someone in the kitchen or not. I can't tell if my ears are ringing. I'll go find out. There is no feed redeemed, but there is technically exclamation point treat if it's still available. Where you can buy me food, but also don't do that, it's too expensive. In this goddamn economy, please take care of yourself first and foremost. I have nuts. I acquired nuts. Thinking with food, I have nuts. I'm putting nuts in my mouth. For anyone interested, Pokopia is made by the same dev team that made Dragon Quest Builders 2, and the games are very similar, minus the combat. I'm pretty sure I just added earlier today Dragon Quest Builders to my Steam wishlist. I'm just poor. Hey, yo, there's a demo? What does jumbo demo mean? I'm installing that demo. That's for future me. Would you like funny videos from YouTube? Please don't post any, like, video links in chat. I think I have links disabled right now. Thanks for the eggs and fries. Oh, thank you. French fry. Jumbo demo is bigger than the demo for the first Dragon Quest Builders. Oh, got it. In the Discord if you'd like. I've had links turned off in chat since the attack we had a couple weeks ago. Shout out to the weird attempt at trolling me a couple weeks ago. That was fascinating. Oh, chat. I meant to talk about this. I'm really excited. This Friday is Friday the 13th, and I'm gonna be doing a like indie horror showcase. If you know of any short horror games that can be completed in under an hour, feel free to drop suggestions in the Discord. Hate raid that was more of a mildly disgruntled raid. I mean, they were posting links that could like grab your IP and shit. So a few days ago, a couple weeks ago actually, I got hate rated from a bunch of people off of like some right-wing forums. Think, you know, 4chan-esque websites. They came in, they started like posting, they started spamming my chat and posting links that were meant to like, you know, grab your IP and shit. They also were, how do I say, posting a lot of transphobic and misogynistic jokes, par for the course. And I'm gonna be honest, it was the saddest, like, hate raid or attempt at harassment I've ever experienced. We managed to shut them down in about 5 minutes. Like, we took care of them real quick. It barely lasted. Like, normally when people decide they hate me, they're more persistent than that, but these guys weren't persistent. It was honestly just really in and out, funny and quick. Hello, no, not pancake, Barbara by might. Haters can't even have us a raid anymore? Yeah. Yeah, people are gonna harass me. They need to put in the full effort. If you want to get under my skin, FBI investigate me again. Fucking do it. Don't do it, actually. Don't do that. That is a joke. That is a joke. Can't even afford good insults under Trump's economy. The one bloke tried to dox you, couldn't even get your name right. It was fucking hilarious. They did not do that, unfortunately. They did correctly realize that I'm trans mask, which makes them, a bit better at figuring me out than, like, most trans people. Half joke, half joke. Pancake gets my eyebrows. It's the eyebrows. But no, they did correctly, misgender me, unfortunately. Which makes them better than at doing so than the majority, or rather. Yeah, okay. So they misgendered me in a feminine direction, which makes them better at reading my gender than the majority of trans people. I at least once a week get a stranger, another trans person on the internet approach me assuming I am trans femme. And ask me for voice training advice, and then get really disappointed when I'm not trans femme. Like, I genuinely think the majority of people see me on the internet, see that I'm trans, and assume I am a trans woman, and I don't know how to make it stop. I do not know how to fix it. It's really funny. But also, y'all, my pronouns are right there. Like, I've obviously got the, like, transphobes going, you'll never be a woman thing, of course, as well. But Jesus Christ. Other trans people, my pronouns are right there. Being very time, you're so right. Where do I still have that? Oh, it doesn't work for this scene, actually. I'd have to move to a different scene to make it work. But in any case, it is cute and endearing. But the fact that it happens at least once a week, both IRL and online, is a bit wild to me. Put Icon wearing sunglasses in a truck and know we're gonna make that mistake? Like, is it because I don't present myself as a soft boy or some shit? You know? I'm just putting handfuls of nuts in my mouth, chat. Ayo. Clearly you need even more gun or something? Maybe, I don't know. No, like, the wild thing is that it happens in person, too. The, like, other trans people assuming that I'm a trans woman is not unique to the internet. It happens IRL, too. And I do not know why. Need more leather spikes and guns. I don't know if that would help. And, like, you know, transphobes or cis people, I get it's gonna happen. It's specifically other trans people. Are we gendering leather spikes and guns? Yeah, I know a lot of trans femmes who love leather spikes and guns. I'm not answering that question, Pancake. Exclamation point disclaimer. I will say, I'm gonna say this outright, I don't normally say shit like this outright. One of my biggest pet peeves and things I dislike out of chat is when people ask, oh, is this like this real in your real life? Don't do that. That's immersion breaking, don't do that. I am Archivist, engage with me as Archivist. Do not try to draw distinctions like that. I give you all that you need to know to engage with me. You're totally good. I've had to tell people off about it a lot. And a lot of people struggle to wrap their heads around it. It's one of the things I miss about how, like, it's one of those things that I miss about, like, old school VTubing. I got into VTubing in 2022, which is very much the tail end of the era wherein VTubing was very centered around character and story and more. And unfortunately, one of the things that I honestly get frustrated with about indie VTubing is the way that it has killed your ability to be a character on stream. And the majority of independent VTubers have abandoned or never paid any mind to the fact that VTubing has always been about performing a character. And so that element has really fallen to the wayside, and I hate that. Maybe it's the tall, attractive person can't possibly be transplanted brain short circuiting. I will also say, I have been multiple lesbians' first guy they've been attracted to. And I never know what to do about that. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to take that. I have had so many lesbians meet me and leave not lesbians, and I never know how to feel about it. It's not something I intentionally do, I swear to God. But it keeps happening. It keeps happening. Either by awaken, apparently. I've had, like, this is not a joke, I have had so many people go, IRL and online, I thought I was a lesbian and then I met you. Like, I don't fucking know how to take that. It's really funny. But huh? But huh? Could be worse. I keep meeting women who discover they're lesbians. I'm so sorry, Neko Boy Blue. You'll win them eventually. You'll win them eventually. It's okay. I'll change their minds, /J. I'll change their minds, /J. When my message gets auto-modded, I low-key have a heart attack thinking I won't be able to enjoy the community anymore. The streamer is chill and would talk shit out first. I am safe. I promise, like, as long as you are not calling me fucking slurs or, like, doxing me, you're probably not gonna get banned without me, like, at least giving you a warning. I'm pretty good about, like, hey, if you're doing something that bothers me, I will give a verbal warning. You're probably chill. I also have not seen you get auto-modded. What are my auto-modded terms even right now? Give me a second. Do I have any auto-modded terms right now? Moderation. Hello, no eyes for you. Lovely to see you. I'm glad it's going well. Barbara bye bye. Something even funnier. I've dated so many bi women pre-transition. They all said something along the lines of, being with you has turned me straight. Joke's on them, they're still gay! Damn. That is fucking hilarious. There have been no terms blocked during this this live stream. Yeah, I literally have like 2 blocked words right now, and one of them only got blocked because it was said on a recent live stream, but I'd never been called that before. I literally have 2 blocked words. One of them is a common service that bots use to like advertise. You know the bots that go into streams and go, "Hey, buy viewers." One of them is one of those common links. The other one is a thing I was called in a recent stream. It's the stream review one, right? It's actually a different one. I've noticed most of the bots stop targeting you above a certain size. Like, I've not had one of those bots come into my chat in the last year. Or at the very least in the last 6 months. But there is like one bot that I've noticed, one service that continues to target larger streamers. That's the one I have blocked. But nah, that was a wild thing to get called by a stranger. It was really funny though. I found it kind of hilarious. I just kind of ignored it and tried not to react. See, the reason why most of the buy more viewer services target smaller streamers is because they kind of assume that anyone seeing over like 30 average isn't desperate for growth, you know? If you're at a point where you're seeing like 30, 40, 50, 60 average, they kind of assume that like, okay, you're content where you are. Because unfortunately the majority of streamers are under 5 average viewers. If you have managed to crest 5 average viewers, congratulations, you're in the top 10% of Twitch streamers. The bottom 90% of Twitch streamers exist under 5 average viewers.
Oh shit.
So they're mostly targeting those like lower folks, unfortunately. Hello, Royal Rosio, bark bark bite bite, thank you for the sub, and hello, Random Bystander, thank you for the hydrate, how are you? Dog, I had a friend start streaming within 5 minutes, they viewer bot advertised him. Oh, that's happened to me plenty, you know, back in the old days. Like, the view spam bots actually used to be a lot worse. And I've had attacks on my channel in the past where, like, they posted 100 times in an hour. Luckily, they don't come after me anymore. Luckily, they do not do that anymore. But yeah, unfortunately, like, there are a lot of people on this website who, despite, like, being good content creators and putting in considerable effort, are stuck with low viewer counts because we exist in an attention economy. And even if you were to evenly spread viewers across every streamer on this website, every channel would average 22 viewers. If you were to take every single viewer and evenly spread them between all the Twitch channels, you'd have each channel averaging 22 viewers, because there is a limited attention economy, there's a limited number of people on this website, there are limited opportunities for success. That is just the way in which being a content creator works. Considering I'm a very small streamer, becoming an affiliate already means I'm doing better numbers than the vast majority of streamers, which is wild. Yeah, if you manage to hit affiliate status on Twitch, guess what? You're doing better than the majority of people. Me need your voice for something in the near future? Hit me up in DMs. Hell fucking yeah. You can borrow my voice for a little bit random. That feeling when your chat is entirely bots, lol. See, I'm very glad that like I don't have to deal with that anymore, but it's a very difficult pit to crawl out of. Twitch does not have a lot of good discovery tools. I'll be perfectly honest, perfectly like real. Twitch does not have many good moderation tools. Or sorry, not moderation tools, discovery tools. It sucks. If you want to grow on stream, you kind of have to like do so off platform. Hello, Jelly Goober. I have not played Pocopia because I do not own a Switch 2 because I'm poor. Sobbing, crying, throwing up. I keep watching gameplay videos. I've been watching John Austin Plays playthrough of Pocopia. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Give it to me. Someone buy me a Switch 2/J. Not to mention this website is like terrible for discoverability since viewers don't go between channels in the view session. Yeah, this is true. This is true. In any case, like, I'm glad that I've escaped that. It's a hard thing to escape. In any case. Bark, bark, bite, 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 bite. One-off bots to get you excited and then immediately disappoint you. The single most annoying thing about when viewer streaming. Yeah, and I can imagine. I'm glad, like, it's a hard pit to escape, and I wish luck to anyone who is, like, in it. Because it is not fucking easy. But I'm proud of y'all for persisting. You're doing great work. I hope you know that. Can't wait till I'm big into the club with the archivist, motherfucker. See, here's the thing. I just don't collab with people. I actually tried to collab with people. I actually tried to collab with someone this week, and they didn't respond to my DMs. And I'm biting them. Semi, respond to my DMs. Semi, where are you? Funny from a collab stream, but yeah, I very rarely collab with people. You'll notice I collab with folks like a couple times a month max. I actually want to start doing collab content a little bit more often, like, you know, at least a couple times a month. But scheduling things is really hard. I want to start doing more collabs. Eventually. It is just fucking hard to schedule with folks. Someday. This is the Semi I know, Semi Sins? Yeah. Motherfucker didn't respond to my DMs. I sent Semi a DM a few days ago, like, hey, I have 2 nights open this week if you want to do something. And I didn't get a response, and I'm sad about it. I want to be a streamer so badly to get my life together so I don't die. This is real. Unfortunately, like, if you want to succeed as a streamer, you do need to be able to, like, dedicate, consistent time. See, I already made my schedule for this week, Mewy. I already made my schedule for this week. Unfortunately. Uh, but yeah, it's an unfortunate fact that like as a streamer, if you want to like quote unquote make it, you need to be able to consistently put in a considerable amount of hours, and it sucks. But welcome to content creation. I think it's worth it. I love it, but you know. Enjoy your unconscious time, Napalm Iguana, barf bar my mind. Collabing a couple times a month feels like a lot compared to plenty of streamers I've watched. See, I know a lot of streamers who collab like every other stream and collab at least once a week and whatnot. I can't do that. I'm a little bit controlling over my space. I can't collab constantly. There's plenty of people, again, I know who like enjoy that format and get a lot out of it. It's just not for me. I'm putting the pieces together, but I'm also not there yet. Completely valid, genuinely. Are you sending your schedule on Reddit? I forgot to do that last night. I can do that right now, actually. See, I don't know how Reddit works. I'm trying to figure out how Reddit works, but I want the... So fun fact, actually, chat. We have a community Reddit. You can go to r/archivist, and you can, like, check it out and engage with things there. But I'll be so honest. I barely know how to use it, so if y'all could help me figure out how to use it, that'd be great. Alright, let me upload the schedule. If y'all could, like, post your fan content to the Reddit and engage in fun conversation and shit there, that'd be pretty cool. But no pressure. Put yourselves first. And then this gets hit with the schedule flare. Post. Can I like pin that somehow? I don't know how to do shit. I don't know how to pin a highlight. The fuck? I don't know how Reddit works. Alright, here we are. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. You hear that? Drop what you're doing and post on Reddit. Real! I wasn't sure if the buzzing I heard was you or not. Turns out the cicadas are back in Oklahoma. Oh! Chat! I love cicadas. They're so silly. I find them quite amusing. We have a lot of cicadas and crickets around here, so like the nights are always alive with sound. The swamps are loud with the noises of critters. I kind of love it. I love going outside and hearing the buzzing of so many animals. Cicadas have a pretty special way of being so loud. Yeah, and it's fascinating. They're silly little critters. I like them. Big stretch, chat. Big stretch. I love big stretching. Try to do more 3D animation stuff, so you might be one of the first models I make. So be more an incredible stuff ahead. No, I'm definitely excited for that. No pressure, but if you do make something, definitely let me know. I do have full body 3D trackers and all that. I need to use my 3D model more often. What if I use my 3D model later while we're Pokemon Conquesting? I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. I might consider it. Perhaps. I need to edit another YouTube short soon. I have not uploaded a YouTube short in 10 days. I should do that in the next couple of days. I have free time tomorrow. It'll be fine. Still trying to get myself to make a funky plant of mine in Blender. See, I would love to learn 3D modeling. I've tried before with not much luck. I feel like 3D modeling would be a lot of fun, and I tried to make myself a 3D model in the past, but I ended up having to commission someone to actually get one done because I don't have the skill set for it. Blender scary, computer scary. 3D model scary. But no, 3D modelers are very, very cool. It is not a technology that I understand. I am a live 2D rigger, and I understand that far better. Hello, Arctic Dragon. Welcome on in. If you were brave enough, would we keep as a pet a dragon or a werewolf? I'm going to give my hot take here. I would not keep either as the pet, not because I'm not brave enough, because I am an anarchist. And I believe keeping such a complicated, intelligent being in containment is ethically wrong. That's my personal perspective. I mean, I'm a monster creature myself. I'm very werewolf adjacent myself. Who would I be to keep one as a possession? That would be so far against my morals. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, Arctic Dragon. I have suggested this game a while ago, but can I throw the suggestions for Friday the 13th again? Absolutely. Absolutely. Edit together a bunch of animations I made from 2009 and 2010. Want to see them? Feel free to drop them in the Discord. I'll try to watch it later if I can. I like doing 3D modeling, more like Legos, by getting a bunch of shapes and sticking them together until good enough. Honestly, real and valid. Which one would you... I'm not answering that. By the way, the dragon is toothless. See, okay, I have very complicated feelings around even, like, the keeping of a pet, you know? I personally do not think I can ever own an animal. I see and understand myself as animal to a point where, like, I do not feel comfortable owning an animal. Or having possession of an animal. I am okay participating in the care of an animal, but I am not okay with personally, like, the thought of owning one myself. Which is not an indictment against anyone who does have pets, like, you know. It's kind of the way the world is built. But I have a weird ideology wherein I view and understand myself as an animal, and therefore the ownership of other animals feels, like, wrong to me. I am also, though, a weirdo. A freak. I am not normal. Bear that in mind. My experience with pets are enough to know that if I got a pet, caring for it would completely take over my life. Real and valid. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. And a furry? I mean, yes. What of it? I am, in fact, a furry. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. Would you be friends with a group of crows? I would see them myself as relatively equal to them, but yeah. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. Anyway, I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm incredibly normal. I'm so incredibly normal, chat. There's nothing weird about me. What is normal today? Nothing. Except for me. I'm the normalist. Chat, I'm so normal. I do love short horror games that explore the anatomical similarities between an abandoned house and a corpse. Ooh, that sounds like it'd go hard, actually. I love how I just started something with one question. See, this is one of those, like, ethical opinions I know is uncommon even among, like, the hardcore leftists that I represent. But which I do hold regardless. Not a big fan of, like I have no personal indictment against people who own pets so long as they treat those pets like something more than belongings, you know? But I kind of fucking... There are a lot of people who treat their animals like fucking accessories. And I don't like that. And I think the ways we tend to think about and engage with animals as pets at times is a bit frustrating and disturbing. Because they are treated like people already treat their kids poorly and like objects. People treat their pets even worse, in my opinion. Uh like I think that we tend to take away a lot of agency from animals, and oftentimes prevent them from being able to live fulfilling lives, medically abuse them, um, do a lot of harm to them. And I don't think every pet owner is a bad pet owner, but I have seen so many cases of animals that are like not well cared for, not well enriched, etc. Because people just assume that, you know, you could just own an animal. It doesn't matter what you do to it. Nah. If you're going to be caring for an animal, you should give that animal the best life you can hope to give it, and you should treat it as a companion, not as a belonging. Um, I think too, that just befriends you and hangs out. Like, that's what I mean as far as companionship goes, you know? Humanity is better off with less people. Best way to do this is have less children. See, I don't fully agree with that. Um, Overpopulation is a myth. There's a lot of conversation in the world about overpopulation. Overpopulation is not a real, actual problem. Because scarcity is made up. There are very few, like, resources that are actually of limited, supply and actually of scarcity. And while I have no plans of having kids myself, I am not anti-natalist. If people want to bring children into the world, they should be able to do so, and they should have the resources to do so responsibly. I think we need to shift our ideology around like how we engage with and treat kids. I think we need to like treat kids more like people and give them a lot more like rights and selfhood and autonomy than they fucking get. And I think we need to provide people with the social resources that are necessary to properly raise their kids. But overpopulation isn't real, you know? The world would not necessarily be better with less people. I don't think having kids should be an expectation. And I do think we're going to go into an era where people have less kids because it is not like as seen as necessary a part of life. There's a lot of people who want kids and they deserve to be able to have and raise kids. You know? I just don't like the rights push for natalism. Oh, I absolutely agree. Like, the social expectation that everyone needs to have kids, and if we're not having enough kids, then we're failing as a society, that does bother me. But we can say that, forcing people to have kids is bad, while also at the same time saying that people who want to have kids deserve to have and raise kids, you know? Like we can say those things at the same time. Those are not contradictory statements. I think there should be a few less people, specific people, though. It's a real thing to agree, yeah. But, like, scarcity is not real. There is not a lack of housing. There is not a lack of food. There are very few resources that are actually, like, of limited supply and actually scarce. Primarily, like, computer parts and shit like that. Like specific metals. And we are working on ways of, creating those synthetically. Only slightly disagree with the wording. I don't think everyone deserves kids just because they want kids. Okay, but you get what I mean, you know? People deserve the tools and resources necessary to healthily raise kids in a good environment. Kids deserve more rights and autonomy. And people who have the ability to raise kids and want them should have that ability. I am gonna recommend a couple videos about this, actually. Give me a second. I'm going to put y'all on a YouTube channel. I shout out this YouTube channel pretty regularly because they're one of my biggest inspirations when it comes to, like, content, or when it comes specifically to video form creation. They are one of my idols when it comes to video essays, and I would love to one day be acknowledged or whatnot by them. I hope that one of these days my content rivals theirs in any capacity. How do I turn off the bar up here? There it is. All right. So I am going to recommend the videos Should Leftists Have Children? And Why Does Everyone Hate Children? Should Leftists Have Children is literally about the leftist cooks and their decision to have a kid. And the moral dilemma that went into that choice for them. And Why Does Everyone Hate Children is about the rights and autonomy of children and the way they are oftentimes let down by society at large. The leftist cooks, really talented video essayists, absolutely adore them, heavily recommend their work. I admire them greatly and take a lot of inspiration from them in my personal work. I dream of making work that more closely resembles theirs. I trust these two children. I agree. They're very good. They're very good. Here I am confusing the leftist cooks with the narcissist cookbook again. I mean, I don't blame you. But nah, really great people. I love a lot of their content. And again, I really aspire to make videos that are of a similar caliber to theirs. I hope someday I am able to. I just need to like figure out how to do so on at a scale and a pace that is viable. They're more trustworthy than some of my family members. Oh, to be fair, the narcissist cookbook is also a hardcore leftist. Okay. No, I think the leftist cooks are gonna do a great job having kids. I only have one child because I was the maximum amount of child I felt I could raise adequately with the resources I have to give them a fulfilling life and support them in a meaningful way, and that's fucking beautiful. Genuinely, Maxie. Thank you for one, giving your kid a good life. For two, recognizing your limitations and your ability to raise kids and sticking within those limitations. And thank you for like bringing a happy life into the world, you know? Real. It's almost like people being able to experience life in a way that's rewarding and fulfilling to them while providing for whoever they elect to care for about is pretty poggers. Indeed. Also, hello, Daddy Angels. Lovely to see you. Bye. Didn't see you there. You're gonna make him tear up? Good. Cry. I personally don't want children at all, but I have so much respect for folks who are eager and fully prepared. Yeah, like, I personally do not want to have kids who are biologically related to me. I have been open at various points in the past about potentially fostering or adopting, but it's not something I'm set on doing. I recognize I do not live a lifestyle that is really conducive to that. If I ever were to, then perhaps I might. But for the time being, I am content to be the older sibling / uncle figure to a lot of my friends' kids, you know? I look forward to being the weird uncle that my friends call over to like watch their kids for a couple days, you know? I hope to play that role someday. I like kids, but personally the thought of having biological kids of my own is a bit disturbing, you know? Not gonna be the case for everyone, but you know. From Banana Tiger, my decision is I want one child. I've decided today, fuck it. I'm not putting my happiness and not transitioning before my want of having one child. If I can't be happy, how can I make a child? I have happy, so I'll be starting T later this year. Good luck. I will say, as far as like options for having a kid, I know some trans people have been able to have kids even after starting HRT if they like stop during that period. That's not always the case, but some people have been able to. You also always have the option of like freezing eggs and or sperm beforehand. Um, I know I have one particular friend who wants to have kids, but also wants to go on HRT, so like, they have elected to freeze genetic material and whatnot. In the meantime, there are options. There's also the question of who wants to raise a child in the current year. I mean, I've my whole life been like, or rather, since I've been old enough to understand the ramifications of it, I've been of the opinion that that's not for me. But you know. I got an email today that said the shirt plus hoodie got sent out. I hope they send it through USPS, UPS, or FedEx. They probably will. Let me see if I can check that. Let me verify that. Chat, exclamation point merch. I have a merch store. You should check out my merch store. I have merch. So it looks like they're sending it via DHL. Huh. Wait, what is DHL? But it's passing through a USPS sort facility? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Huh? That's so weird. Oh, it's being delivered by USPS. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, okay. So, it was being shipped initially by DHL, but it's being transferred to USPS for some reason. I don't understand how this shit works. But it says delivery, by USPS. Cool. I don't understand how shipping works. I need to go tomorrow and finish the paperwork for the P.O. box. The post office was like, hey, we need you to print this document and bring it to us with 2 forms of ID. So I went on a whole side quest on Saturday trying to like acquire all of the documents I needed, which took way longer than I anticipated. Alright, alright, alright. That is enough trail mix. I've consumed enough trail mix. Trail mix. Ew, documents. More like, dictuments. Yeah, it's kind of hell. It's kinda hell. The military base sources most packages through USPS, so stuff doesn't get sent back. Some stuff still gets rejected if it doesn't get approved by mail carriers. That's weird, but also understandable. God, I hate capitalism. I fucking hate capitalism. I heard you mention shipping while I was distracted and thought there was a non-media meaning. There's multiple non-media meanings. Guys, shipping doesn't just mean putting 2 gay boys next to each other and making them kiss. It means more than that. I promise you. It means more than that. Logistical shipping. That's why I mentioned this, so I forgot. No, you're totally fine. I'm being silly. I'm bullying you. I'm bullying you affectionately, I apologize. Ah, rah, rah, rah. No, it only means yaoi. I promise, I'm being silly. Hello, mighty lordess of shores. Fun fact, I saw a chicken cross the road. I do not know why. Not the Yuri from White Flower Black Song. That's not real. Yuri isn't real. This is a joke. Obviously, this is a joke. I'm being silly. I stole this bit from a friend. I have a friend who does a bit where he will just go, XYZ's not real. It's very funny. Yowie, more like ya boy. Shipping, but it's someone transforming into a ship to cross the waters. You're so right. I need more shipping content in my life, chat. I need more shipping content. Fish aren't real. Fish aren't real. Chat. They've been telling you for years that the birds were government spies. I'm so sorry to break it to you. It was actually the fish the whole time. It was actually the fish. The real government spies were the fish all along. What about shipping shippers? Well... Xavier, I don't think I can read that without, like, dying. I don't think I can read that without, like, actually fucking dying. That's the Navy's job. I only monitor the birds in my branch. It's a fine line between marine biology and national surveillance. No worries, do what you gotta do, Lycan. That's why the ones in the depths are so weird. They're experimental prototypes. I keep getting jump scared by my own username being used to type messages. I think I remember a show where transforming into a ship thing happened. I'm sure it's happened at some point. I don't know much about it though. Jesus Christ. Chat, the real government spies with the fish all along. I need to take the fish flask to the next punk show I go to. I need to take the fish flask, fill that shit with vodka, and bring it to the next punk show. Lycan's gone. No, chat. Why are you revolting against me? I'm literally a anarchist revolutionary. Guys, why are we revolting? Is it correct to say that the Navy is just a polycule with all the ships? Hey, military people in chat, opinions. Opinions. Is the Navy just a ship polycule? The fish flask, if you will, chat. I love my what the fuck is my webcam doing? What was that? I was perfectly still during that. What the fuck? Hey webcam, are you good? Is which kind of secretly a separate member of the Ash to keep track of everything happening. No. Why would I do that? No, military folks in chat. Is the Navy just a giant ship polycule? Are the boats gay? I need to know if the boats are gay. It's very important. Fish flask. A new water steel Pokemon evolves into a drunk poison steel Pokemon. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Fuck! Fuck! Hello everyone, hi Chaos. Welcome on in. I'm so sorry. I hate that this keeps happening. I don't know why it keeps happening. I don't know why my Twitch occasionally decides that it wants to disconnect. I hate it when that happens. I'll be so honest, I hate it when it happens primarily because it fucks up my viewer count. So anytime stream dies like that, it usually cuts viewership like in half, and that hurts my ego. That really, I'm gonna be dead ass, that hurts my ego. Hello, Culture Chimp, lovely to see you. We just had stream die. Give me a second. I am so sorry about that, folks. I don't know what's causing that. It just happens every now and then. I'm like a Grim Reaper showing up if a stream dies. I can't believe you killed my stream. No, I'm gonna be so dead ass. So much of my viewers, or so much of my ego and mental health is based on how many people are watching my stream. So when the internet goes out and I drop from like 70 viewers to 40, it fucking hurts. It hurts me. Hello, Hardcover, how are you doing? It sucks, actually. That's not healthy at all, I know, but also when I talk about this, like, it's really important to understand that I am desperately trying to go full-time because I am too disabled to work a traditional job. In my current situation, I have been, like, fainting multiple times a week. I have been struggling with, like, even basic self-care because I have trouble getting out of bed after my other responsibilities. My physical medical health is like really, really bad to a point where I can't stand for extended periods of time these days. Not without like support and shit. So I'm trying really hard to make this happen full time, and unfortunately, I was really close 6 months ago. I was basically able to go full time 6 months ago, and then shit fell off again, you know? And my health got worse. So I know it's unhealthy to like base a lot of my mental health and ego off of like numbers, but also I really need to fucking go full time. Thank you for the bits though, folks. I appreciate it. God, that sucks. I'll be honest, the channel's been at a really weird stagnant point for a while now in a way that I don't know what to do about. Like, I know logically the answer is just put out more content on other platforms and drive people to the channel that way. Because currently I'm in one of those periods where, like, growth on Twitch itself is really stagnant, but that sucks. It's very unfortunate. I wish that didn't necessarily have to be the case. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Alright, one moment, folks. If it helps, I recently was jump scared by you randomly, so there's always that. Fair point. I'm trying to check on a couple internet things and see what's going on. I apologize. As someone who's seen you grow on and off for the past, god, almost 4 years, you be grown. So here's the thing. 6 months ago, I was averaging like 70 to 100 viewers, and my past like week of streams has been my lowest streams in nearly a year. So I've not been doing great in the mental health department, unfortunately. I've of course had points of stagnancy along my journey, but I've never had points of loss. Like, this is the first time in my 4-year career where my viewership is going down. You know, I've had periods of stagnancy where growth slows for a while. I've never had periods where growth stops, or but rather where growth reverses. So it's been a weird, new, scary thing. No, Crocodile, not a big fan of slavery. Even Strongest Tsunami has its abs. I hope that eventually I'll get back on top of my shit. A lot of it, unfortunately, has just been health. You know, a lot of it has been health, and that sucks. And we do just gotta kind of push through in those situations, but it does suck. And it's gonna continue sucking. An unfortunate part of all this shit is like it's gonna suck for a while. Oh, did my music just end? Give that back. I just realized an ad break hit. Okay. I do want to actually get myself some food real quick. I apologize. I will return. Apologies for the delay, folks. I have acquired food, but also, chat, I think it is time to start pulling up the video game. So I'm gonna start getting that open while I enjoy my food. That said, how is everyone? What's everyone up to? How's life treating you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Let's see, I need games. You. There we are. Can I have some? No, it's mine. You acted knowingly that as cicadas make their sound. Does that hold knowledge on it? I don't recall the specifics, but I used to. Today I have prepared a microwaved breakfast burrito. Sorry about having a difficult time medically and desperately need head pads because it's stressful. I offer many head pads. I don't have hand tracking right now, but I offer head pads. I hope things get better, Emmy Berry. I know the feeling. I am also having a difficult time medically. I send all my love. Why are so many tea brands funded by cults? Which ones are funded by cults aside of Celestial Seasonings? Cicadas make sounds by flexing the membranes on their abdomen. They're fascinating critters. They are so fascinating. Alright, chat, I would like to introduce everyone to Pokemon Conquest. One of the first games I ever streamed on my channel, and one of the big influential pieces of media that really informed my early channel. Yogi Tea is run by Colt. I've never tried Yogi Tea before. I'm taking antibiotics for an infection, but they told me to stop taking them because of having a reaction to them. But I'm not stopping because the infection has been there for 5 months. Was the healthcare system so bad? So here's the thing. You are probably having an allergic reaction to this specific medication. There are other antibiotics that you're probably not allergic to. And having an allergic reaction to this medication is going to screw up your immune system in a way that is going to make the infection stick around for longer or be more likely to continue taking root. Like, you're not fighting the infection at that point. You're throwing your immune system into a really rough situation where it's gonna have a harder time fighting off the infection. Hello, stream died for a bit there, but we're back, and I'm eating a breakfast burrito. It did like it, it was so sad. Yeah, like in your popcorn all the way in Canada killed my internet. I would, Emmy Berry, recommend stopping. If they told you to stop taking it because you're having a reaction to it, I would stop taking it, and they will prescribe you something different tomorrow, most likely. I get it though, infections are really difficult to deal with. I've dealt with long-term infections before, they suck. Alright. They quote-unquote revolted, they didn't do anything. Chat tried to revolt and it didn't accomplish anything, and I'm like, guys, that's not a revolt at that point. Like, come on, chat. Alright. I do want to look into this real quick though, the tea thing. Give me a moment. Of course, I know it's really hard to be in a lot of pain for a long period of time, and I hope it gets better genuinely. Alright, so why are half of the tea brands in America owned by cults? Why? I'm trying to find more information on this, because the main ones apparently are Yogi tea and Celestial seasonings. Um... Huh. Apparently a lot of it has to do with, like, the kind of spiritual aesthetic of herbal tea, and it oftentimes being attached to, like, various ideologies. That's so weird to me. Why? I genuinely don't understand how we end up in a world or situation wherein tea is so heavily associated with cults. It's just tea. It's just my taste good leaf juice. I'm a big tea enjoyer, you know? I like tea. Alright. Anyway, that's so odd. See, the issue is, I'm gonna be honest, my favorite tea brand is Celestial Seasonings, at least as far as, like, major tea brands go. So I do kind of just ignore the fact that they are a cult. I don't know if they're still a cult, but, like, my favorite tea brand is Celestial Seasonings. You take care, no eyes for you. You got this. I want to make you a custom tea blend so bad. I would love that, genuinely. Oh, did I fuck up? I fucked up by plugging my controller after I already started the thing. Give me a second. I forgot that it does that. No, don't. Nope. Bruh. What the fuck? Okay. Are we back? Are we fine? Are we normal? I can't tell if we're normal or not. Anyone in chat say literally anything. Gun emoji. Start typing, motherfuckers. What the hell? Hello? Am I live? Huh? Okay, I'm starting to see a couple messages specifically on my PC, but not on my laptop. What the hell? Okay, you're live. I can see and hear you. For some reason, chat's not loading on my laptop. Give me a second. This is so weird. Looks like E is about to give a PowerPoint presentation. Sorry, stream is dying on my end. For those who are unaware, by the way, I have a 3-strike rule with technical difficulties like this. Because of how they impact stream performance and my own, like, motivation, usually if I have, like, 3 stream outages in a night, I will usually allow myself to call it there and tend to the technical difficulties because I want to give y'all a good experience. If we have a 3rd outage, I will be going to bed and then dealing with this in the morning. I am so sorry. We're currently at 2. This sucks. Let's open up Pokemon Conquest. Sets out hugs and bites and cookies. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hopefully these problems will get better after the move in a couple months. After I am adjusting to a new place with a friend. Hopefully I will have more stable internet, thanks. I'll have more control over it, which is why you should give me money. to help me with that, to help me with the move. In any case, welcome to Pokemon Conquest. Pokemon Conquest is one of the first games I ever streamed on this here channel, and one of the games that really built the foundation of my early online presence. My first video essay was actually initially going to be about Pokemon Conquest, but then I couldn't find a good thesis for it. That said, I have like several hundred hours in this game. I get hungry one time. Crocodile, how could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Thank you so much, Omega Skills, for the bits. How dare you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I remember this game, good memories. It's a very, very good, fast-ending, fun game. Right now, though, we need to quash the enemy nations. It sounds so evil when I say it like that. We need to destroy them. And I'm trying to figure out what the best path to doing that is. We need to maintain strong forces at these two because they're likely to get attacked by these two. Though they haven't really worked up the power to do that yet. We also need to take over these two castles. And you know what? I might play risky here. These are both Ginchiao? Yeah, these are both Ginchiao. Okay. I might play it a little bit risky here. Which of these is going to be easier? I'm trying to remember the layout of these. If we bring water types, Fontaine gets pretty easy, but they have a lot of electric types to deal with that, so the water type strategy is not going to be great. We could bring a load of fire and fighting types over here. Ignis is a relatively simple kingdom to take. And I might opt for that path. Do I have any fighting types? Give me a moment. So I don't have any fighting types, so we are kind of screwed against the normals, but that's fine. I just need to see if I can bring any fire types. That's the most important thing right now. Why do I only have a singular fire type? What's your move? You do have Ember. I could theoretically use you. You're pretty weak though. Huh. I back I consume sandwich. Congratulations on sandwich. And hello Mudkip. Bark bark bye bye. Lovely to see you. How about gun types? If only. We are conquesting. It's a real throwback to the early days of the channel. I played the hell out of this game back in the day, and it's very fun to be poking my head back into it again. I think if we bring like our bug and flying types for Ignis, we should be fine? Question mark. I'm trying to think which of these we should go after first. Maybe. Let me. I'm gonna march you for sure over here. Also have Sandwich and Lemon, congratulations! This is post-game. We're playing through some post-game content right now. Our goal right now is to get 40 warriors in our army, but that is easier said than fucking done. So we really need to maintain our current position, and I'm about to be way too overly ambitious for my own fucking good. Y'all know how it goes at this point. Y'all have met me. You guys know I'm too ambitious for my own good, always. Hatsune Miku Night? Is it Hatsune Miku Night? What does Hatsune Miku Night consist of? Tell me more about Hatsune Miku Night. I would like more information about Hatsune Miku Night. Hatsune Miku Night is the purge, but only for Vocaloids. I fucking hate Yoshimoto. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, this quest fucking sucks. It's terrible. Why is it like this? Like, it's pretty bad. But hey, we're gonna give it our best fucking shot. That's all anyone can ask. If I die horribly here, guess I die. But yeah, we're playing as Yoshimoto up against Gintiao right now, who has a lot of power at the moment. Someone did actually draw Hatsune Miku in knight armor. Hell yeah. Hatsune Miku deserves knight armor. 1 second, big stretch. Alright, I think I need something to take out the water type here, so I might throw in an electric type of some sort if I've got anything good. Do I have any good electric types? I do have Flaffy. Flaffy is an option. I think I might pick up Flaffy from over here. Grab you. And we're gonna march you over here to Aurora. And we will replace this guy with you, I think. That works, that works. Hatsune Miku Knight was in distress from being ignored in favor of Hatsune Miku Day. Hatsune Miku Knight saves the Hatsune Miku princess, and then Yuri occurs. That's just self-cess. Like, no judgment, but let's call that what it is. That's self-cess. You know? One of my favorite / least favorite, like, little internet moments or trends of recent history is people, like, genuinely arguing about whether self-cess is, like, okay to ship. Genuinely kind of hilarious. Alright, we got this. Yeah, Okay. I don't know how much a lot of y'all in chat are tuned into, like, pro versus anti-ship discourse. I'm way more tuned into it than I want to be. I kind of fucking hate it. I think it is stupid, it is not worth worrying about or caring about it. It's a lot of people moralizing their consumption of fiction in ways that are just not necessary. And it leads to people developing, like, quite literal, like, OCD-esque tendencies regarding their media consumption, and that's not healthy. That's not good. That shouldn't be a thing that people are doing or experiencing. Like, it is a trend that genuinely concerns me. But in any case, a lot of people, like, overly moralize their consumption of fiction, and I recall there being, like, massive arguments about, like, whether or not, shipping a character with a alternate version of themselves or whatnot was, like, allowed or okay, and I'm like, guys, it's not a big deal. I don't know. So much of the pro versus anti-ship discourse really deeply bothers me, because there is no reason to believe that these things are inherently harmful. Yeah, I am talking shipping policing. I'm talking about pro versus anti-ship things. Stop being a coward with your ships? Like, how do I say this? Fuck. Did not account for this. That is a problem. Shit. Oh, this is an annoying problem to end up with. Wait, I'm figuring it out, okay. I'm not figuring it out well enough. What type is your attack? It's electric, right? Because you should not be able to affect my water ground type. My water ground type should be immune. Okay. It should be fine if I stay there. Yeah, I think everywhere my Pokemon are right now should be chill. How far can you move? Down to like here. Yeah, we're gonna move you just a little bit out of the way, so you're a little bit harder to touch. Alright. 2 flyers is rough if you got 2 Quagsire. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. I made a bad choice. It's chill. People have such strong opinions about like Baku Deco and King's Sharon, honestly. Just read fix and make you happy, don't bother people with that IRL. Yeah, that's like my particular perspective on this is like a lot of people these days are overly moralizing their fiction. And I don't think that's necessary or healthy. I think that it causes a lot of harm to people, and people end up like instilling these very like OCD-esque behaviors and tendencies in themselves because they're very scared of consuming content quote unquote incorrectly. There isn't a correct or incorrect way to consume art. And I worry about the young folk who are convincing themselves that they need to consume fiction perfectly in order to be valid. Because that is not a healthy mindset to hold. That is a mindset that will do damage. I made some bad choices setting this up. Fuck. I'm fine and normal. Oh shit! Alright, we got Motochika. Alright. Was not expecting that. Win, I guess? Big win? You are flying, so you're not gonna end up activating this. But we got the flinch, which is pretty nice. Alright, not bad. That was pretty solid. Took one look at Facebook and reminded how much I hate the government, plus the right real. But no, like my take on the consumption of fiction are any real people being harmed? No, then what's the issue in my personal perspective? I don't see what the issue is with like mindfully engaging with fiction when no real people are involved or harmed in the process. And I don't think it is worth obsessing ourselves with the morality of our fiction consumption. I don't think it does us any good. Let's go! Big number. Big number. Read about Gen 5 para rules. This game is so mean with some of its status stuff. Okay, this is gonna take a little while for us to take down, unfortunately. We will figure it out, but it's gonna take a bit. We'll come over here, I guess, and take care of this guy. It's something. Damn, I wish we could get to this button, but we can't yet. Soon, we'll figure it out. Oh, I forgot how rough that mon right there is gonna be. The Autono is gonna be. Autono is an absolute tank to a scary degree. Not a big damage dealer, but an absolute tank. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna put you on top of this, so we can bring down the water levels. Deal with that problem at the very least. You cannot move. Let's see. I'm gonna take a risk here, probably. Yeah, we're gonna do it. God, no! Unfortunate! Oh, that sucks. Alright. We'll hit you with the shackle damage at the very least. It's something. And I hate this. Chat, the game is being mean to me. Chat, the game is being mean to me. Alright, we get the flinch. And then we jump over here, and we do this. Alright. Don't miss electric types being able to get parried. Yeah, it's unfortunate. They deserve some amount of immunity to it. Listening to the Guilty Gear soundtracks and Need Bridges theme in my life right now, real and valid. Live your best life. You're making me want to pull up my DS and play this again. It's so good! It makes me happy. Like, I genuinely adore this game. I genuinely adore Pokemon Conquest, and it was one of, like, the games that really started my channel out. And I'm very grateful to it for that. Oh, the game does not like me. Alright, we hit you with this. It's gonna be taking out the auto-no, I think, that ends up being a problem, more than anything. Alright, what's your warrior ability? You know what? Sure, let's take the crack shot. That's actually kind of cracked with this particular Pokemon. Because we get 100% accuracy on this. Beautiful. No, the beauty that has been the most recent Pokemon, Legend ZA, as well as ooh, chat, I'm cracked. But the beauty that has been Pokemon Legend ZA, plus the like excitement I have around Pokopia and the deep desire I have to play Pokopia. Someone please buy me a Switch 2 so I can play Pokopia. Half joke. Has me like just really really excited about Pokemon for the first time in a little while, and just desperately wanting to engage with its media and universe as much as possible. Alright, we got ourselves in a good position though. This is nice. So now we just need to take down the Autono, which I think we should be able to do without too much issue. I do want to see if any of my mons have the ability to undo the paralysis that everyone is inflicted with, but let's see. Significantly increases range? No. What about you? No. Eagle Eye? No. And then it's just you left after that. Nope, alright. I do think I will take the warrior ability here, the improved accuracy, just so we can like take this Autono out. Let's see what we can do. Actually, what is yours? Increases range. Not very useful right now. Will I do more damage if I hit you from behind? Not really. Might as well just stick up here. Alright, we'll figure it out. Hello, Taihogi! Lovely to see you! We're Pokemon Conquesting! What are you up to? It's lovely. Hope you've been well. I've been looking in your streams a lot recently. I hope you've been doing absolutely wonderful. It's always a pleasure to see you out here existing and creating. Always an absolute pleasure. Yeah, it's Taihungi. Co-working, hell yeah. I love opening up people's streams and using them as background noise while I work on shit. I would not be able to function without it, straight up. It's so lovely to see you, though. I hope you've been well. I hope life has been treating you pleasantly. Have you played Pacopia yet, by the way? I feel like you would absolutely adore Pacopia. 100% I can't live without y'all streams. This is real as shit. Nah, I need to have like some audio source in the background while I work on things constantly. Otherwise, I literally get nothing done. It's so evil. Shouts at you, Pokeopia's consuming my freaking life. I want to play it so bad, but I'm poor. I don't have a Switch 2 yet. You seem like the kind of person who would just absolutely adore Pacopia, though. God, I'm so jealous. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey, keep on living, keep on fighting. You're doing amazing stuff. I hope you know that. I send all my love. We need to get AE a Switch 2 right now. Listen, I've been trying to raise money for it. I'm poor, but I've been trying. Either listening to a stream or chatting with a friend on the phone most of the time. I mean, real, same. I need background noise and stimulation all the time. Or else my brain implodes. Oh, we've almost got it. We've almost got it. I adore this game. This was one of the first games I ever streamed. Someone sent one over right meow. Yeah, exactly. I deserve a Switch too. Nah, it's lovely to see you. It's been really cool watching from the background as you're just absolutely blowing up and succeeding, Taihungi. You deserve every shred of it. I've been absolutely going through it recently, so I haven't had much space to like be around people's communities or create much outside of just keeping up streams as best I can lately. But I hope you know you're doing amazing work, and I'm so proud of you. Oh shit! What the heck? You're just the sweetest alongside your community? No, I'm just sending my love, you know? I've been going through like the grief and struggle of like kind of falling off content-wise as my physical health has been not doing so great and I've been forced to take a lot more breaks lately. But I know that like I'm gonna rise from this in time. I know that eventually I'm gonna push past this. It's just gonna take a while in the meantime. Physical health woes, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. You will rise. I will. I'm so sorry. What do you mean? Huh? Yes, Mudkip? Yes? Ambrose's dog shit in this game? It's fine. This is not a mission I plan on staying in the long run. This is just one that I am trying to get done. I am just trying to get it done. Alright, I'm trying to think what's gonna be good for this. Because we have a grass type, so we want some kind of cover to take down the grass. We're gonna need the rock, which I just grabbed Rhydon. What type is Rhydon's attack? I love this game so much. This is such a fun, underappreciated title. So you're ground. Do we have anything with a rock type attack anywhere? Aaron might? I can look at that in a second. Wait. I believe Onyx does. Yes! Beautiful. Alright. So we bring our Onyx over as well. I should be very careful about how I position my Pokemon to make sure that we're getting the type matchups we need. So this is going to be a little bit difficult and strategic, but we can do it. It is possible. Isn't Pokemon being released again for the Switch, like this year? So the Switch 2 will be getting a Pokemon game next year, a mainline, and then there was Pokopia released literally a few days ago. But I need a Switch 2 for Pokopia. So I mentioned Friday the 13th games earlier. Does that still have servers? Oh, we were talking about the Friday the 13th game. We were talking about how I'm going to be streaming on Friday the 13th doing a sampling of indie horror games. So if anyone has any indie horror recommendations, I will happily accept them. What all do I got? Because we do need to deal with the water type as well as the grass type. We do have the bugs for the grass and the flying. I need to bring in something to combat the water type, so I might honestly bring in our little flying baby here. Hear me out, play a game about capitalism, the scariest thing ever. You're so right. Chat, give me a horror game about capitalism. It'd be fitting. It'd work. Alright, and I think for the hell of it, we bring in Dino. I think for the hell of it. It's not the most well put together team, but it should hopefully be enough. If you think about it, Vintage Story is indie, it has horror. We're gonna be playing Vintage Story on Wednesday on the community server. We'll get our Vintage Story time. Chat, it's time for war. I like how whenever I play this game, I'm literally like role-playing the exact kind of person I despise, that being a war-hungry politician. Do you know the game Anatomy? Actually gonna submit that to the Hear Me Out channel. I don't know the game Anatomy, but feel free to drop some suggestions in the Games channel for like short horror experiences, things that you can be in like an hour or so. You know, Saul has 2 video games. I'm aware. They're on my 2-stream list. Horror game to the horror is the slow realization that it was capitalism all along. I think I have seen horror games that kind of have that general premise where like they present themselves as something horrific and supernatural, but it turns out the whole time what you're really fending off is just like capitalism. But how are you, Katie? Lovely to see ya. I do really want to play the Saw games. I just have so many games to stream. And I'll be honest, because Pokopia is out, my brain is on like a big cozy game yearning. I am heavily yearning for cozy games right now. It's a problem. My brain wants the cozy games. I don't know what to do about it. I will say, I was really tempted to put Pokemon Ranger on the schedule for today as well. That was another temptation that faced me. Like, I was really tempted, because for me, Pokemon Conquest and Pokemon Ranger are both cozy games. Because I'm not normal. You want cozy? I can recommend Amber Isle. See, I want to play, like, cozy games on the DS or something, though. You know, I've been craving like, hello, Necromantic Chef. Welcome on in, folks. Thank you for the raid. Give me a moment. Hello. Oh, why did my model stop tracking? Hello? Hello? Huh? Huh?
Oh, shit.
Huh? Thank you for the follow. Neko, I think you broke my bottle. The technical difficulties have been transmitted. Neko, what did you do to my stream? Neko, what did you do to my stream? What did you do to my stream? What? I'm restarting V-Bridger. Pokemon in, everybody. Hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Notco retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv. We're currently playing some Pokemon Conquest, one of the first games I ever streamed on this channel. It is an incredible Nintendo DS game in the Pokemon universe, turn-based tactical RPG. Thank you for the follows, folks. Wherein you play as a warlord. You play as my least favorite kind of person, a war-hungry politician. Except you use Pokemon instead of soldiers. Chat! That's not good. What else could be grabbing my camera right now? Give me a second. Huh? This is so weird. Something's grabbing my camera, and that's not good. I'm so sorry, y'all. Neko, how could you fucking scuff my stream like this? What were you up to tonight? Tell me all about what you were doing. Raiders, feel free to fill me in on how great of a stream you had. While I recover my webcam so I can continue committing acts of feudalism. You know, don't forget the most important part. You get to do a feudalism. Yeah, we're being my least favorite genre of person, which is a feudalist fucking warlord. It's so fun. This is a cozy game to me. We were just chilling, Chevy Boy, giving commentary on MasterChef and stuff. That sounds like fun. Hell yeah. Neko, I need to eat your cooking someday. Come to Florida. Okay, it's this one. Alright. Webcam has been unplugged and replugged. You'd be an Akoi boy, I'll literally have a kitchen to cook with. You're so right, and you should totally have me over and cook for me. It was a good stream, in fairness. We talked a lot about food, no surprise, but it was 100%. Hell yeah, we love fun. Necromantic Chef, would you be disappointed in you if I told you my dinner was a microwavable breakfast burrito? What did AE smoke this time? My model really does look high right now. I do look like that when I'm high. Okay. Oh! I can move again! I can move and talk! I fixed it! Let's go! Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. If you like content creators who talk about politics and fight back against fucking fascism, welcome on in, it's a pleasure to have you. I am your loud bastard who will... my greatest aspiration is to just push people to fight for greater socio-political change while maintaining a positive and hopeful attitude about the world. It is a space wherein the goal is that we leave here feeling like we can change the world and taking the actions that are necessary towards that end. But also, I really like playing retro games, so here we are. The Nintendo DS is the best console to ever exist. You can fight me. You can fight me, you will lose. Nothing will ever top the Nintendo DS in my mind. Also getting ready for my donathon next Monday. Oh, hell yeah! Yeah, if you're looking for co-working spaces, I would be so down. I might choose to sleep tonight, because I have not slept. I took like an hour and a half nap, and that's the only rest I've gotten since about 1 AM yesterday. But I should have plenty of time tomorrow through Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't got a lot going down if you were looking for co-working time. Pokemon Black and White as well as Pokemon Black and White 2 are my favorite as far as stories go. No, they're absolutely peak. Pokemon Black and White, the Pokemon Company tried something really different with their storytelling that I really appreciate. They told a story that was a lot more mature than what Pokemon, like, historically had ventured into. And I really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate the Pokemon Company's willingness to try something different. And I think they did a good job with it. I think the way that they presented their themes was fascinating. I'm proud of the way that they handled Black and White and Black and White 2. I honestly really yearn for like a follow-up to those games. Or rather not a follow-up, but I yearn for like... Okay, it's not often these days that I yearn for a Pokemon remake. I think that the Pokemon remakes have kind of frequently disappointed me. I've not been happy with a lot of them. I do think an exception for me is definitely the way that they handled or Gen 3. Like, Gen 3 I am excited to get a remake of. I normally grimace at the thought of a Pokemon remake. I want a remake of Gen 5. I'm fucking stumbling over my words a lot right now. I apologize. Scuff makes me anxious. But in any case, like, I definitely yearn for a remake of Gen 5 in a way that I don't really yearn for Pokemon remakes much. Sorry for bringing up Shadow of the Colossus so much recently. You're totally fine. I am planning on whatever like the next game I play ends up being, having that be decided by a poll. So you will have your chance and opportunity to vote on that coming up soon. I'm gonna put my tinfoil boots on and say I think we might get a remake of Black and White in Gen 10. I hope so. If the track record follows, we probably will, but I'm really scared about them skipping over Gen 5 and hopping to Gen 6, especially when we just got the Legends ZA game. I'm nervous about them deciding that the story they told in Black and White was too mature, you know? While I'm personally a Gen 4, I think Gen 5 had like the most mature and fascinating story, in that it was willing to tackle the messiness of the Pokemon universe in a way I really appreciate. I am concerned to see how they're going to handle that, you know? Are they going to be willing or able to pull off the more mature tone and themes of Gen 5? We'll see. If they don't do a Unova remake or spin-off, fans may be may metaphorically riot. We'll see. We'll see about that. Alright. What am I working with here? If I attack like this... Alright. So what I'm gonna end up doing is dragging you back here, attacking... Oh, big number. Big number! Hell yeah, we love big number. Unova has some of the most beloved Pokemon, including like Lillipup and Minccino. The thing is, Gen 5 was kind of a failure at the time, which has seen most of its popularity later on, which I think is really fascinating. That's not, you know, me speaking poorly of the generation, but I do think it is a truth of it that like it wasn't super beloved at its release. It became beloved later. Which that happens. Welcome to media. Sometimes media does not get its chance to shine until later. Gen 5 was considered a bit of a failure at the time, and its mature story was something I'm not sure that like Pokemon fans were ready for at the time. I think Pokemon fans are ready for now. And I want to see them follow up on that and build it into something like proper. We'll see how they manage to handle that. Welcome back, Crocodile, and hello, King Xavier. Gen 5 was a bit of a flop because you couldn't get any earlier mons during the playthrough. It was a flop financially, especially the sequel, because people didn't really understand what they were doing with Black and White 2. Like, I think Gen 5 generally sold more poorly than Pokemon was, like, expected to at the time, if I recall correctly. I'll see you, AE, have a great stream off to bed. No worries, you take care of yourself, all the best. It did have a set of issues, but the good outweighs the bad. Like, I'm not saying this as an indictment of Gen 5. I am a big defender and enjoyer of Gen 5. I am merely pointing out that there are some rose-tinted glasses when it comes to how good it was, because it was not well received at the time. And I worry that the Pokemon Company will be hesitant to properly remake or revisit it, not because it's not beloved now, because it is absolutely beloved now, but because it failed at the time, you know? Also, it just does have that more mature story that, like, Pokemon seems to want to trend away from these days. They briefly gave more mature tones a try, and as much as I think it was a win and a success, it was not universally seen as such. Yeah, none of this is an indictment, it's just that, like, the existence of, Gen 5 is a bit of a complicated one. I want to see it remade and done justice. I wonder if Pokemon Company would, not if they'd be able to, but if they'd be willing to. I think the jump from Gen 4 to Gen 5 is akin to the jump from Wind Waker to Twilight. I like Gen 5, I don't think Gen 5 was good. Is that a hot take? Or rather, not Gen 5. Sorry, Gen 6. Gen 6. I like Gen 6. Sorry, I like Gen 5. Oh my god, my brain. My brain just did 10 million things in the span of like a few seconds there. My brain mixed up my my fucking generations for a second there. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that actually. My brain worded so poorly for a second there. I apologize. My brain did words not very well. Words hard. Hello, Shun Hades. How are you doing? Bark bark my might. Lovely to see ya. Brain had 5 thoughts and was struggling to remember the first. Yeah, I apologize, folks, for folks who are new around here. I have thought disorder, which does make it a little bit harder for me to sometimes get my words right, and I very frequently misspeak or mispronounce things. It's just a part of life for me. I do my best with it, but I do occasionally end up just absolutely fumbling my words. I know what I'm trying to say. Actually saying is the hard part. Getting the words to come out in the expected order is apparently difficult sometimes. I'm okay just taking it one day at a time. Hey, that's the best you can do sometimes. I send all my best. I know a thing or two about how it feels to be living that way. You got this. Even if it's hard, you got this. Happens to me a lot. I just say I'm bilingual. Yeah, I have thought disorder, so it can be a little hard at times. Like the Gen 6 is the sort of first step into the water for expanding what Pokemon was doing, a bit of a transitional stage, if you will. I think that Gen 6 was bad, but I personally like it. My take on Gen 6, it's not good. It's not good. Like, Gen 6 on the majority of margins kind of sucks. I like it. It still made my serotonin go burr. It still gave me dopamine. I find people getting so nostalgic with the original Red and Blue compared to Gen 9 so weird because Red and Blue are way more glitchy than Scarlet and Violet. It's because when there's glitches in old games, people get to look at it like it's some kind of mystery to be solved, whereas like glitches in modern games people find annoying. Yeah, Gen 6 is callous. I will say, like, Legend ZA was such an amazing comeback for Kalos as a region and for Mega Evolution, etc., for all of its mechanics. Getting to see that same setting explored again in Legend ZA, like, it went hard. It went hard. I think that, that Legend ZA was very good. When it comes to the glitchiness of, like, Pokemon generations, yeah, I would agree. There's an amount of hypocrisy in the ways in which people act as though, like, modern games are a failure for having glitches while also being fascinated and celebrating the glitches of, like, older games. And I think something a lot of people forget or seem to ignore is that, as, like, you can run as much quality insurance as you want. The moment you put a game into the hands of a bunch of consumers who are running hardware that you can't control, because oftentimes that hardware has been, like, you know, pushed to its limits. As you use a device, it's going to develop more problems and bugs and whatnot. Of course, when you take a game and you go from, like, your couple of hundred quality insurance folks at best to literal hundreds of thousands of players, of course there's going to be more glitches discovered, you know? That's just how it goes. That's kind of just par for the course. Oh, ads in a moment, folks. I do apologize. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. My biggest frustration with, like, Gen 9 after, like, playing Legend ZA is straight up how badly it controls. The graphical bugs are a little bit annoying, but it's not overly glitchy in a way that isn't, like, normal and expected. No game is going to be, like, fucking perfectly put together. The moment you hand it to, like, thousands of consumers, bugs are gonna get discovered. That's how it goes. I agree with you on glitches, I think, to a point. There's a significant difference between a glitch and a bug. Glitches are cool, but bugs serve nothing more than inconvenience. No, there is not a difference between a glitch and a bug. They're fucking synonyms. Glitch and bug, they're synonyms. Like, every game is full of glitches and bugs, and people are a lot less forgiving in the modern day for them, despite the fact that these games are being handed to like thousands of people, and no amount of quality assurance is ever going to make sure that everything is working perfectly. I'm so old that I was a gay gamer before people even thought to combine those words, and gaming was always a struggle where platform issues versus software issues plagued us all. Because 20 different types of comp mean you're gonna have problems. Exactly. Like, I think when people get mad at a game for having bugs at release, like, shut up, question mark? When the game's going from like playing on the beefed up hardware of developers to the hands of, you know, literal hundreds of thousands of consumers, of course they're gonna discover more bugs. And of course some of those bugs are going to you know, not get caught. I think there are exceptions. For example, the way that they handled Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. That was just coded horribly. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl was just like poorly coded. But a lot of time it's not a matter of poor coding, it's just a matter of like people pushing a game to its limits, or of the desires of developers being a bit higher than hardware can manage. It's not always a matter of poor design. The community has more playtime in 1 hour than the entire QA team of every developer combined has in a year. Literally. You're gonna discover bugs they didn't catch. And they're doing their best, I promise. There are obviously exceptions, but I think like the ways in which people like see a bug in a video game and go, how is this finished? How could you not catch this? They didn't catch it. I'm sorry, but like, infinite monkeys, infinite typewriters, you're a lot more infinite than they are. You know? In any case, we win. We don't win the whole mission yet, but we win these kingdoms. Infinite monkeys, infinite typewriters, or whatever the fuck is actually a new phrase that I'm gonna start unironically using, I think. Infinite monkeys, infinite typewriters, or whatever the fuck is kind of fucking hilarious. Alright, I think we're in a really good position now. If we just manage to like hold all of these kingdoms and just grab a few more warriors, we should be solid. AAA title, small indie game size team. That's also a problem that the Pokemon Company has. Like, I think the Pokemon Company only recently crested 100, or rather Game Freak only recently crested 100 staff. Like, oh, the quote command I have not been able to move over yet. I promise I'll move it over eventually, but I just started using a new bot because my old bot was having issues and I haven't had time to move it over yet. It'll take me a bit, I apologize. But I do think people oftentimes look at the Pokemon Company and kind of hold them to the standards of like a much larger team than they are. Which I think is also just a failure of like Nintendo and the Pokemon Company to not give Game Freak more resources, but here we are. Like, what the fuck can I say on that situation at this point? Hehe. Bug. I just brought all of my mons in here because why not? Good point. Sometimes I forget that devs at AAA studios do not use 2 to 5 year old comps. They have like top flight gear. Exactly. And I will say, like, one thing I do think is shitty is the fact that we have direct evidence that, like, Game Freak and Nintendo in general tend to play test their games on, essentially jailbroken equipment. So, like, they're playing on more powerful equipment and they should be aware of that, but, you know. I also think it is still worth acknowledging that game devs are not working with the same equipment we are. It's still worth talking about and acknowledging, I think. Alright. Fire! Hello, Trailbot. Is this the new Pokemon game? Yeah, we're playing Pokemon Pokopia. How are you, Trailbot? Welcome on in. Look at these top tier graphics. Isn't it so good? How are you doing, Trail? It's lovely to see you. I hope you've been well. I really need to poke you about ideas like soon. I've just been putting it off because I'm fucking busy, and I have a bunch of big expenses coming up. I need to though. AAA devs can't soil their hands on some comp made for the poor. I do think that like it is shitty that Nintendo doesn't playtest on like the hardware that consumers are going to be testing on, but also like they need access to the dev tools and shit. So it's a complicated, nuanced issue, unfortunately. Please don't need money for taxes. You're so right. I will reach out to you when I get a chance, cause I want to add a couple things to the 3D model, if that is okay. That's real as shit, though. I should be getting my Twitch payout in like 5 days. Is Pokopia Pocket Utopia or Pokemon Utopia? I don't know. Pokemon Crossing looks like it could run on Switch 1. I do agree, like, they're definitely using it to boost Switch 2 sales. Like, they're 100% intentionally doing this to increase Switch 2 sales, but fucking that's how marketing works. They recognize the Switch 2 is not selling well enough and are trying to get more sales by putting a Pokemon game on it, even if it's a spin-off. But, like, also, I'm just happy to see more Pokemon spin-offs because I miss Pokemon spin-offs so much. I'm just happy to see a Pokemon spin-off. Even if you had a Switch 2, you can't buy Pokopia right now. Not even a digital copy? Not even a digital one? Welcome on in, Spooky Sapphics. Thank you for the raid. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. I'm Archivist, your resident Chaotic Enfield. I stream Nakarocho games and do art here on Twitch.tv, and we're currently playing Pokemon Conquest. This is a Pokemon turn-based tactical RPG initially released on the Nintendo DS back in like 2009. It is an absolute treat, an absolute treasure. It's so good. Their digital warehouse is empty. Physical copies are sold out. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Not so hot take. It's not worth buying physical copies of Nintendo games if you don't even like own an actual cartridge and just have like a key to play the game. I'm gonna be dead ass. I'm not particularly motivated to buy a physical copy of a game if it's not an actual game cartridge. But everyone give some love to Spoofy Sapphics. How are you doing? What were you up to tonight? How was your stream? But the case is cute. That's valid. The case is cute. Yeah, so the way that Nintendo is doing shit now, when you buy a game cartridge, you're no longer buying the game, you're just buying a key to access the game on your like Nintendo account. So you're basically just buying a digital copy. There's no actual data stored on the cartridge. And I think that's evil. It's literally the same thing as like Spotify and like what's it called? Netflix and whatnot, like restricting password sharing because they want to try and scrape out more money from consumers. It sucks. It sucks. The pixel art style of this reminds me of Mega Man Legends in a good way. I'm not familiar with Mega Man Legends. Nintendo's the most vicious vulture on the flock. See, I disagree, actually. This is gonna be a hot take. A lot of what Nintendo is doing sucks. I think Nintendo is still, despite the fact that everything they're doing being shit, one of the better AAA gaming companies. Like, Nintendo absolutely has a massive history of, like, you know, not being consumer friendly and shit like that. They're terrible when it comes to game preservation. I have a lot of problems with Nintendo, especially as someone who cares about digital archival. However, I think we need to consider that, like, Microsoft, for example, is actively funding genocide, and like EA loves to make games completely inaccessible even to people who've already purchased them. Like, I think we need to acknowledge, yeah, what Nintendo is doing sucks, but like, maybe we shouldn't compare them to like funding genocide, you know? Hot take. They treat their employees really well, and they are stringently anti-AI. Like, don't get me wrong, Nintendo's been very anti-consumer recently, and has always been really bad for game preservation. But like, why are you know, the bar is pretty low right now. I'm kind of willing to take what I can get. The bar really is something you just don't want to get to exactly. Hello, Groggy, lovely to see you. Might have fallen asleep after work, now no longer want to sleep. Real as shit, I felt that. I do that a lot. They price up their consoles, but also consider this Mario. See, here's the thing though. The Switch 2 is still being sold at a loss. People have run the math on like the components in the Switch 2 and how much it would cost to produce, like at the wholesale prices they're probably looking at. They're still selling the Switch 2 at a loss, most likely. Like, they're not making money when they sell you a Switch 2. They're losing money, which is historically how consoles have been sold. For the majority of the history of consoles, they have sold you the console at a loss, and then make their money off of games. And, like, licenses and shit. And also online these days. But, you know... I still root for Nintendo somehow and watch every direct with bated breath. I genuinely think, like, Nintendo sucks, but they're one of the better of the major companies currently. Hello, Michiko. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Barber by Bite. PlayStation was caught using dynamic pricing, which is really bad. Oh, yeah, dynamic pricing is about as, like, consumer unfriendly as shit can get. A lot of like physical brick and mortar stores have started talking about using dynamic pricing as well, which terrifies me. We'll skip to the next month. Let's hope that we do not get attacked. Well, shit, I'm not anywhere near Dragnor. Wait, are we saying that Nintendo is the Tumblr of the gaming space? Maybe. You take care, Mix Maxi. All the best. Bark bark bye bye. Hello, Memori as well. Nintendo fans like, our company sucks, but the others are worse, I guess. Literally, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong, everything Nintendo is doing sucks, but... How the fuck would a brick and mortar implement dynamic pricing? Oh boy, do I have something to ruin your life with. Welcome on in, Michiko. Let me pull this up. Can I find like the images of it? Okay, so if you've been to a grocery store recently, I know Walmart's one of the ones that's really been discussed quite a bit. You might have noticed a lot of the, especially if you're at like a more expensive or fancier location, a better funded one, you might have seen, where is it? Here it is, okay. You might have seen these new digital displays being put in. These new little pricing displays. These are digital displays that can be changed, and they're experimenting with using like your Walmart app data, or even just like judging off of your appearance, shifting prices. They are, you know, digital price tags that can shift, you know, based on who is around, using various different metrics. And they've talked about how they intentionally increase pricing for poorer people. Yeah, these are evil. Do you think they can run too? No, it's digital price tags that they're starting to implement in some stores. I've started to see these pop up in some stores. I haven't seen them in like my local Walmart or anything, but I have seen them at Publix. I don't go to Publix anymore. The entire intention is to like shift prices based on the particular individual who is buying in the hopes of getting more money from especially like poorer people who are already desperate, and it's fucking evil. I know Walmart is looking at implementing it. Let me see what other stores are looking at implementing this. Give me a second. Who else is looking at it? Target is also looking at it. Who else is looking at it? I hate that I look up dynamic pricing and a bunch of the shit about it is positive from like retailers telling you why you should use dynamic pricing. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly Walmart and Target who are interested in doing it. But yeah, it's evil. It's evil. Sorry to ruin your day with that news. Unfortunately, it's quite important. Fuck capitalism, chat. How do we fight back against this? Honestly, I don't know. I cannot advocate for shoplifting on the internet, but hey, you have a rag on your head. That 6-ounce jar of mayo is gonna run you $12. It's terrifying. It's genuinely terrifying. Basically all the big chains, yeah. Dude, I fucking hate capitalism. Listen. Capitalism sucks. Support local businesses, though. Like, I know even local businesses are complicit in capitalism and are often not great at paying their employees and have their own list of problems, but at the very least, like, supporting local businesses means you're keeping money out of, these massive, box stores, and their horrid abusive practices. Those local businesses, at the very least, don't have the resources to implement fucking dynamic pricing. Make a Sharpie and write down free on the tag and show them. I also cannot advocate for shoplifting on here. But I can tell you to listen to a song. Hello, Everzen. How was your stream? Welcome on in. Mod's gonna get a shout out. Hello, everybody. We totally weren't advocating for shoplifting. I would never do that. I would never advocate for shoplifting on twitch.tv. How goes it? How was your stream? Welcome on in, folks. Hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident punk bastard here on the internet. I talk about queer shit, leftist shit, and I like to play retro games. We're currently playing Pokemon Conquest. This is a game from the Nintendo DS, a turn-based tactical RPG in the Pokemon universe, in collaboration with Nobunaga's Ambition. Hey, are you ready for your upcoming Walmart sponsor stream? I think if Walmart tried to sponsor me, I would, like, actually cry. I'm not saying you should steal from large businesses, but I'm saying if you do, you totally shouldn't take under $20 where it is not legally worth them doing anything. True. Don't steal from Target, though. I will say, if you are gonna shoplift, do not shoplift from Target. Target is notorious for, like, tracking you and waiting until you rack up enough for it to be considered a felony before they take action. I will also say it's really easy to, like, as you're shopping, just pretend to have forgotten to, okay. It's really easy when you're shopping to just, like, forget to scan something, you know, oh, you had a few too many things in your hand in the checkout, you forgot to scan your energy drink or something. It happens. It sounds like you're the target. Guys, I just shoplifted, picked up an entire Home Depot and stashed it in some bushes. Hello, Royce, lovely to see you. See, I just genuinely forget to scan shit. Exactly, it's a very plausible thing that happens to real people all the time. Oh my god, my ex works at Target. How bad is it, Everzen? Also, how was your stream? It's lovely to see you. What were you up to today? Do they get mad at you if you get the Red Bull? Probably not. I don't know. When I worked at Walmart, somehow I kept accidentally forgetting to pay for my lunch. It was so crazy. Listen. I can't directly advocate for shoplifting, but I can play you guys a song. Don't mind me while I quickly mute the game audio. How do I do that? Config. You know what? That works. Never mind, that doesn't work. I just paused the game for a second. Listen. I can't advocate for theft directly, but you know what I can do? I just muted the desktop audio. Don't worry. Work, please. Your boss. Take as much as you can carry. It was great playing some Warframe Magic the Gathering, doing my birthday celebration today. Congratulations, happy birthday! I'm so proud of you. Bark, bark, bite. We'd love to see it. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Bark, bark, bite, bite. This is a wonderful song called Steal From Your Boss by X30 Fingers. Heavily recommend checking X30 Fingers out. Incredible Florida-based folk punk musician. Someone who I've had the pleasure of meeting personally. I keep talking about like Tarrant of X30 Fingers as if like just like a person I idolize, as if I do not have her phone number, but you know. This is Steal From Your Boss by X30 Fingers. Gwen's great, bro, for real, for real. Gwen is also wonderful. Both Taryn and Gwen are like so talented. Incredible people. When she made it out to more of her shows, Thursday! Also used to work for Dollar General, saw a really funny shoplifter stole a broom by putting it in the back of his shirt, down this leg arms behind his back. Amazing. Incredible. It's the obligatory music break. Brain blast type shit. Thank you for the hydrate, Omega Scales. I will not hydrate with caffeine this time. And hello, an unfortunate potato. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the stretch as well. Ah! Jojo, thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi. I'm forcing chat to listen to a song. We're definitely not advocating for shoplifting. How goes it? Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist, I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not commercial games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard, talking about queer shit, leftist shit. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're currently playing Pokemon Conquest. I just had an obligatory music break that I had to give chat, for no particular reason. I was not advocating for crime on the internet. We are, in fact, playing Pokemon Conquest. It's a wonderful turn-based tactical RPG in the Pokemon universe in collaboration with Nobunaga's Ambition. Released in, I think, like 2009 on the Nintendo DS. Absolutely incredible game. We're chilling with some post-game content. This was one of the pieces of media that like made my channel in the early days. In any case, everyone will give JoJo some love. Also, make sure you give some love to Everzen, and happy birthday again, Everzen. All the best, all the best. I remember there was a time with that Dollar General and saw a guy just walk in, grab like 10 things and walk out without paying. Chat, if you see someone shoplifting, No, you fucking didn't. I don't care if they're getting necessities or not. No, you fucking didn't. Just got a disgusting text because I have a friend and their father has ever since high school told me that I am not queer and only queer to get close to my friend to marry them. My friend relayed that he went on a good 10-minute rant about me and I'm sickened because he believes he has the right to call my sexuality false. Bite him. I know this doesn't help, but bite him. I'll bite him for you. Fuck homophobes, fuck transphobes, fuck bigots in this goddamn day and age. The thing is, most economists say that if dynamic pricing was widely implemented, money would lose all value and economy would collapse. It absolutely would, yeah. We're already living in late stage capitalism, though. Like it's already fucking collapsing. Like it already is doing that. Oh, that's me. I'm the shoplifter. I cannot directly advocate for shoplifting in Twitch chat. But nah, lovely to see y'all. Hope everyone's having an incredible night. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. It was funny because the employee just hit me with the realist, they don't pay me enough for this shit. Nah, real. It's true. Oh, I'm gonna have to give another like $1,000 to the commoners, chat. Fine, take my money, commoners. Easy answer, dynamic pricing. Drop that place like a hot rock. I mean, real, if you can. Like, I acknowledge I am someone who does a lot of my grocery shopping at Walmart, not because I like Walmart. Fuck Walmart. Because I'm fucking poor, you know? And I can't afford groceries many other places. So unfortunately, like, it's really easy to say, oh, if a place implements dynamic pricing, just don't go there. Until you're, like, living in poverty. You know? A fair bit of my groceries come from Walmart because my grocery budget per month is about $150. And it used to be $100. Fucking chat, tell me why a ham and cheese sandwich takes more than $1 to make, by the way. Tell me why a ham and cheese sandwich takes more than $1 to make. Like, what is this shit? Limited holographic edition ham and cheese. It's got lenticular muscle fibers, whatever the fuck that means. Cause you know the person making it isn't seeing even $1 the money per sandwich. I'm the one making it. I'm talking about like I buy the ingredients and make it at home, and it takes me a little over $1 to make a ham and cheese sandwich. Like, what is this shit? I cook at home, so I have the freedom to say F it. I can make it cheaper here, but I'm crazy lucky to have a large farm market near me, which is a privilege in this day and age. Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, we love supporting those smaller, cheaper businesses. But I'm talking like I cook at home most of the time. I almost never eat out. I make a ham and cheese sandwich at home with ingredients from Walmart. I've run the math. It costs just over $1 per sandwich to make a ham and cheese sandwich at home. What the fuck? And like that's cheap. Don't get me wrong. That's cheap. But what? Not just that, but cheap sandwich meats taste like wet slop. Now, also true because the quality keeps going down. I hate capitalism. Have I talked recently about how much I fucking hate capitalism, chat? Can't stand most cheap deli meat. I have to, you know. Lenticular seems to be pertaining to or shaped like a lens. Valid. Can I get a fuck capitalism? Chat, can I get a fuck capitalism in chat? Hey, hello, Furnator. How goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Like, I'm very lucky to live and eat as cheaply as I do. It's a struggle sometimes, and I've been enjoying my ham and cheese sandwiches. I'm kind of disappointed that they cost as much as they do. Just watched Epic for the first time, feeling good. Hell yeah. Which Epic? Like the animated movie or Epic the musical? Important distinction. I must know. You know, okay, okay, what's that one image? What's that one image? Can I find the original? I don't know. Y'all know that one meme where it's like, I am not a big fan of the government. It's so good because it's just so mild. I'm not a big fan of the government. It's so just like nonchalant and like just mildly peeved with the government and honestly peak valid adorable. I reference that meme so often, it's incredible. I love it. Not a big fan of the government. I say, a proud and loud anarchist on the internet. I hate this Pokemon so much. Why does Fortress suck ass? Why is Fortress so fucking bad? I hate it here. Why did I do this? Hello, Darkwood Rider. Lovely to see you. We're playing some Pokemon Conquest. This is one of the games that made my channel. One of the first games I ever played on here, and is responsible for a lot of my growth, and I'm very grateful for it. Yeah, we're having some shenanigans right now. Damn, they put my boy right to bed. Fortress is meant to make other Pokemon look better. You're so right. In my case, not a big fan of the people who purchased our government or the government that was penned to being purchased. No, that's real and valid. Like I'm personally an anarchist. I don't believe that like a large centralized power structure can have the will of the people in mind for an extended period of time. And so I find myself more often than not like just strongly opposed to the notion of centralized government. Um, but so long as we can agree, fuck fascists, we're good. You know, the current fascist state is the like worst case kind of outcome and something that needs opposition. Um, hello, Baphomet. Thank you for the raid. Lots of folks coming on in tonight. Hello, 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 mods. Can we get a shout out? Hi everyone, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. I talk about queer shit, leftist shit. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How's everyone doing? We're currently playing Pokemon Conquest. It is a turn-based tactical RPG in the Pokemon universe, released in collaboration with Nobunaga's Ambition. This is the reason why you've never gotten a Pokemon Fire Emblem collab, and they scuffed me. And they scuffed me. God fucking damn it. How was your stream, though? Lovely to see you. Ah, rah, rah, rah. I have a disdain for organized governmental institutions. I agree. I agree. Like, I don't believe that a large organized power can have the will of the people in mind for an extended period of time, but, like, immediate goal, get rid of the fascists currently in power who are, like, illegally imprisoning, fucking, immigrants and stripping away the rights of trans people and fucking acting in imperialist fashion. Shit sucks right now. Hoping Pokopia blowing up will bring back Pokemon spin-offs. I really hope so. I miss Pokemon spin-offs so dearly. A lot of my favorite games, a lot of my favorite Pokemon titles are the spin-offs. I really want to sometime soon play Pokemon. Oh god, what's it called? Pokemon Ranger. That's on my list to do this year. I'm gonna do Pokemon Ranger. Did we get the warrior? I'm so close to completing this post game episode. Yes, let's go. All right, we need like 2 more. Welcome to the team, buddy. I would like to recruit you. Yes. Stop talking about the doomed government long enough for me to tell you about how cool I thought Epic was. Oh, apologies, apologies. I'm doing my best. I watched all the musical animatics in order. Hell yeah! I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about Epic. I think that Epic, like, I really love the first half of it. I think it kind of fails its themes towards the second half. I was really into Epic for the majority of its runtime. Like, I think everything up to and including the Thunder Saga is absolutely incredible. After that, it struggles with its own moral and narrative and themes, but I still adore it, you know? Love the Ranger games, but they're hard to play on the Windows DS. I have a 3DS capture card. I don't have to worry about that. I have a capture card in my 3DS. See the reason you thought it fell apart, though? I did too. Yeah. Like, it's really good. Like, it's still absolutely incredible. I don't like how they handled their themes in the latter half. Still absolutely, like, a worthwhile piece of media to consume and engage with, though. Heavily recommend Epic the Musical to anyone who is a fan of musical theater. Alright, let's see if we can nab these mons. We're almost done with this post-game episode. Never had a 3DS, nor can I see myself spending hundreds for one. Completely fair. I have a childhood 3DS that I put a capture card in. One of the nice things about being a semi-successful content creator is, like, I can justify doing things like that as a business expense, you know? So I paid, like, nearly $200 to get a capture card put in my 3DS. My childhood 3DS. Just so I can, like, stream things on original hardware. But the only reason I can justify doing that is because content creation is generally profitable for me. And I'm very over and open about, like, the money I make. I made, like, just shy of $10,000 off of content creation last year. And I'm very, very blessed to be in that position. I've made, like, 1,500 this year, you know? As a humanist who doesn't particularly like musicals, Epic is good, real, and valid. I think it's a very nice piece of media that I appreciate greatly. 10K? Yeah. It's genuinely, like, that's the money that allows me to live comfortably. I live off of very thin margins. For those who are not aware, I actually used to be homeless. I was homeless until December of last year. Content creation is the money that allows me to live comfortably as a, like, disabled person in a world that does not want me to thrive. And I'm very, very lucky to be in the position that I am in. It's not easy, but my life is a lot better than it really ever has been, largely thanks to this. So thank you for being part of it. I've only been able to be blessed with an emulator that was an old retro game set up on the SNES. Real and valid. Even as the average listener, I would argue between the Thunder Saga and Ithaca Saga was lackluster. Didn't really fuck with the composition and vocals, but I still appreciate it. I still love the composition and vocals. I just think thematically it fell off, you know? Which is not like an indictment of Jorge and his work. I think he did, like, a really good job with what he was working with. I just think it could have been a little better. I just wish that they had held to the themes a little bit more. That's just me. I think I was too busy doing art listening to Epic to develop an opinion on it. Understandable. For me, like, I've always been really passionate about music as a means of storytelling. I really love music as a means of storytelling. And I have been a songwriter for a long time, as well as a classically trained singer, so I have a pretty critical ear for these things. Hee. It's hard for me to engage with, like, musical with music as a medium and to not think about, like, the details of it, the work that goes into it, etc., etc. It's hard for me to not want to dig into the meat of it. All right, I need to take you out. It doesn't have one message, but it has a message for like each arc. See, I disagree. I disagree. I think it does have an overarching theme. It just fails its theme at the end because it is a story about a how do I say about ruthlessness as a form of mercy. It is about needing to become the bad guy as a means of self-defense. It is about all of those moments where you have to let yourself become the worst person for the sake of protecting yourself. I don't know how many of you have been in that situation before, where you have had to be the asshole to protect yourself or the people you care about. That is what it is about. It is about the complicated debate between wanting to be kind, while also needing to protect yourself and your loved ones. Except at the end, the musical decides that actually this is about how we need to be terrible people now so the future people don't so that that like the future generations don't have to be, and that completely changes the message. That completely changes what it's about. Odysseus goes on his whole arc deciding to be the monster so that he can get himself home, sacrificing his whole crew, and then it tries to act as though this is a feel-good message about like bettering the world for the future generations. Like, no. I also hate the handling of what's her face. Oh god, what is her face? Why am I blanking on her name? I really hate the handling of Island Girl Calypso. I hate the handling of Calypso. See, I disagree with that though, still, Furnator. I disagree with that. I don't think that's what it's about. Yes, Calypso Olivan, yeah. I don't think it's about like obsession and ruthless as a form of revenge. No, I disagree with that personally. Um, it tries to continue being about the same thing that it was initially about, and I think it fails in doing so. I still think it's an absolutely incredible narrative that's like absolutely worth consuming and whatnot, but I think it fails itself a lot towards the end. And I'm disappointed by that fact. You have put yourself in a very awkward position, little floaty, cottony thing. I don't think I'm going to manage to take this one home. The message change at the end was a bit jarring, and I like that Odysseus shut it down because it wasn't his story to tell. That's fair. That is a fair take. I don't know. I really like Epic. I'm just mad at its ending, you know? I really, really like Epic the Musical, and my critiques come from the fact that I genuinely love it. I just think it kind of fails itself towards the end, and I wish it didn't. I can never hear the name Calypso, not immediately think about the video. This Calypso is, I don't know what that means. See, I hear Calypso and I think about a local musician who has a song about a pirate named Captain Calypso. And it's a very good song. We're not taking this one home with us. I think Calypso from the Percy Jackson book's real and valid. I've never seen this. I am very lacking in knowledge on the memes. I lack much cultural context. I hate this Pokemon. I've decided. You know what? Cottony is now a bad Pokemon in my book. I've decided that I will, from now on, be choosing my Pokemon opinions based on how much they annoy me in Pokemon Conquest. This is the new metric for my favorite Pokemon. Currently, Cottony is extremely low on the list. Fuck Cottony. All my homies hate Cottony. Fuck Courtney. All my homies hate Courtney. Low tier Mon. Cottony Joe. Hello, Neko Boy Blue. Welcome back. I hate this. Fuck. Please, I just need you to perish. Like, I know I'm not taking you home with me at this point, but I need you to perish. At my hand in war. 0 bug types, 0 fire types, rip. I made a bad decision. I made a poor choice, not for the first time. Let's go! Critical hit! Respectfully, please die. It's so real, actually. I did it. I need one more warrior. I'm so angry right now. I feel nothing but intense rage. You can go live over here. Yay! Have you ever tried 100%ing this? Like full story and all the perfect links? I'm currently doing the post game. I think if I tried to 100% it, I would actually perish. I think that would be miserable. With all the love in the world. I think that would suck. Shut, I'm hungry, but the dining hall is closed. Do I DoorDash Taco Bell? God, you're gonna make me want Taco Bell. Quench Wap Supreme. Quench Wap Supreme. Okay. Please, I want to beat this post-game episode. This is all it takes. I just need this. Give it to me. Taco Bell has a new dessert thingy, and I'm curious if it sucks ass. I've never had the Taco Bell desserts. I literally just go and get a Crunchwrap Supreme every single time. That's it. A singular Crunchwrap Supreme. I've been considering trying to replicate them at home, because I've heard you can do that. Just because, like, I'm desperate for that Crunchwrap Supreme fix, you know? I need that Crunchwrap Supreme fix. I have a hunger that only the Crunchwrap Supreme can fulfill. Cinnabon Delights are bangers? Noted. See, unfortunately, I'm quite poor. But maybe someday. No, wait, that's not what I wanted. You know what? Fine. Whatever you say, Pokemon. Been a hot minute since I thought about llamas with hats. Hee hee. You're welcome. I know a little bit of internet culture. A tiny bit. I have Tic Tacs. Hell yeah. Okay, about Taco Bell. Remember seeing an ad for a taco with 7 types of shrimp, but I can't find anything on the internet, and everyone I talk to has no idea what I'm talking about. I've never heard of that, but I would eat it given the opportunity. I love shrimp. Big shrimp enjoyer. I had Taco Bell once in a couple years last week. It was because people on a stream started talking about it. It was fine, but the fries are actually really good. See, I love Taco Bell. Okay. Taco Bell, like, are not good. Like, Taco Bell's not good. I'm gonna be so real. Taco Bell, not great. Objectively speaking, pretty mid. However, I like it. it makes my brain happy. And if food inspires the happy chemicals, who am I to say no? If I get to feel a rush of dopamine, I think I'm winning. What if I... Is this far enough? No, it's not, damn. Just slightly out of reach. Taco Hell Enjoyer, listen, specifically when I'm drunk after a punk show. And I don't think you can blame me. Taco Bell hits so hard after a punk show. Hello, Hope Garden. Lovely to see you. How have you been? Bar for bye bye. Always really like the style of game after Final Fantasy Tactics and that other game that turns like Real and Valid. I really like turn-based tactical RPGs and I want to play more of them. I would happily take suggestions. But yeah, we're currently doing some post-game content here in the Pokemon world. How goes it? How goes it? We are currently playing Pokemon Conquest, a turn-based tactical RPG from like 2009 on the Nintendo DS, and one of the games that quite literally built my channel. This is one of the first games I ever streamed back in the day. It's a big piece of channel history for me, as well as like a big source of nostalgia. So we're very much enjoying our time with it. This game is genuinely pretty important to me, so... Worst part about Taco Bell is that everything on the menu is made from the exact same ingredients. Okay, and that's not gonna stop me. This is going great. All right. We're almost there. Thank you for the he is so normal, Royal Rosio. That's the only reason their food sucks, the only reason. It sucks until it's 2 a.m. after a punk show, at which point it fucking slaps. Nothing goes harder than Taco Bell at 2 a.m. after a punk show, I'm just saying. Oh, apologies. Big. Honestly, this is such a good nostalgia hit right now. I have missed Pokemon Conquest so dearly. It is such a peak game. Ended up falling asleep around 5:30. It's missed dinner, so now I'm hungry. Oh, get some food. Get some food. Yeah, Crunchwrap 2 a.m. after a punk show. Like, I know we've developed the ritual of going to IHOP and whatnot, but like, you can't tell me that post-show Taco Bell doesn't also go hard. I do enjoy the ritual of IHOP, and I want to kind of become a regular at that one IHOP that we've gone to a few times. But like, I'm also just post-show IHOP also goes hard, or rather, Taco Bell also goes hard. We did it, Chad! I won. I won. Oh. I did it. What's better at 3 a.m. after a punk show with weed and alcohol? It depends on how drunk I am. I think if the drunker I am, the more I want Taco Bell, you know? Remember an online article where a guy reviewed monkeys, but he took a shot whenever he had to do research. Second to last monkey was a Lincoln Jack box menu order with the text. Yeah. I've never had enough money to do 3 a.m. Taco Bell runs. I only do this on occasion, unfortunately. Okay. I hate Yoshimoto so much. I fucking despise this man. But you know what? We did it. And now the three of them play Pokemari together. What's better, Taco Bell or Waffle House? I will pick Waffle House over Taco Bell, not gonna lie. Mostly because I'm a sucker for a breakfast sandwich. My entire life has been searching for disposable income. I'm lucky that content creation is that for me right now. Yoshimoto just a silly little guy. I don't like him. He's really bad in battle. We didn't beat the game, we just beat one of the post-game missions. There's a lot of those. Welcome to the post-game of this game, which we've been in for like 100 hours. This is so nostalgic and comfy for me, though. I miss this game. Yoshimoto's the only queer I will gatekeep from being gay. He just wants to play his game, but also fuck him. Alright, alright. I'm trying to remember which ones of these I need to clear in order to, get to the post-game. Mudkip, I feel like you'd remember. Which ones do I still need to do? Which ones are required for, like, the post-game? Because I have Waffle House because friends who give free food. I mean, you know what? This is real and true. It's very nice knowing Waffle House employees who will give me free food. It's pretty chill. I like it. If you want to get the final game, it's all the main warlords. Bold of you to assume I remember which ones those are. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Remember when people thought Mineta from MHA came out as bisexual gay in the LGBT community and went no, put him back in the closets? It's like all the adults that run the kingdoms. I don't remember which ones those are. Give me a second. Hello, someone else. I'm lovely to see you. Hello, Sarah B. It says, quote, complete all others, but that's not true. Okay. How do I unlock this? Clean the stories of their senior, so Hideyoshi, Motochika, Motonari, Ginchiao, Yoshihiro, Yoshimoto, Kenshin, Shingen, Kotaro, Ujiyasu, Nene, Masume, Rasu, Mitsuhide, No, and Nobunaga. Okay, okay. So I still need to do Yoshihiro. Do I need to do Kinetsugo? I do not need to do Kinesugo. Do I need to do Katsu? No. Do I need Hanzo? I don't think so. I don't think I need Kinochi either. Okay. I need to do this guy. Do I need to do KG? Okay, so the only ones I have left, it looks like, are going to be Ujiyasu, Nobunaga, and Yoshihiro, I think. I think. Yeah, I think. So I guess we go in with Yoshihiro, because I think that's one of the ones I have to do. Yeah, okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, I appreciate it, Mudkip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll do Yoshihiro next. Twitch requires... Oh, already read that. I kind of hope it's Smirnoff, it's funnier to me. Alright, welcome on in. Oh, I'll wait until the ad breaks over to keep talking. Apologies, folks. I don't want folks to miss content. It's content. Mudkip, can you believe that we first crossed paths like nearly 3 years ago when I was playing this game? Sorry, nearly 4 years ago. Let's see, you followed me on May 17th of 2022. Wild. Thank you for being such a long time member of the community. I appreciate it, genuinely. When I talk about this game as like one of the founding like bits of my channel history, I mean it. And I'm glad I decided to check it out tonight. I needed, like, this is a cozy game to me. I'll be dead ass, this is a cozy game to me. Hell fucking yeah, Blaziken, thank you for being here for nearly 3 years. To me, Pokemon Conquest is genuinely a cozy game. You got an awesome community, I'm glad I found it and got to watch it grow up. Thank you for being part of it for this long. It's grown a lot over the last 4 years. To think that 4 years ago I was streaming to like 5 people and you were one of them is kind of wild. Hehe. Bites. It's a very wild feeling. Hey, early gang. You got the founder badge to prove it. Enjoy your snack run. Then you longer than some of my IRL friends, which is really mind-blowing. That's really funny, honestly. Like, that's really funny. It's wild that I've known a lot of y'all and have had, like, a lot of y'all's company longer than a lot of my IRL friends. As well. It is a genuine honor to have been a part of y'all's lives for so long. Thank you. Ad's about to end any second now. Let me put one last handful of trail mix into my mouth. Oh. Big stretch. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. In the region of Ransai, while the 17 warlords were engaged in constant battles for its castles and kingdoms, Yoshihiro, warlord of Pagilus, was reminiscing about his life. I was born here in Pagilus and have had a fine and full life here. But even at this ripe old age, I am still full of vim and vigor. Take the battlefield from me, and I would have nothing. Indeed, it is time for my biggest gamble yet. I shall attempt to conquer Ranzai. Chat, I'm so proud of my voice, actually, right now. Holy shit, I sound badass. I have big boy voice. Big guy man dude voice. It kind of goes hard. Who knew that having cool guy voice would be like gender affirming? You know. Who knew that gender, gender, you know. Gender. All right. So our goal now is to take this army and conquer the entire region, which is going to be hard. Being perfectly honest, it's going to be a difficult one. Let's see what we can do. I think we're going to start off by trying to get these warriors here, because we kind of need the help. Let's see if we can better situate ourselves. Because we are not well situated right now. Take you out. Alright, so we've pretty much guaranteed ourselves that warrior. We'll grab this item. Less than ideal. Alright, so we're gonna need to take you, and I think your best bet is to attack Ralts. There we go. Fuck. I forgot that you can do that. What about you? It's something. Do you have any Guardian Charms? They're pretty broken and help a lot in speeding up slower stories. Basically, they boost every stat, including range, by 1 when they're last non-standing. I believe I do have a couple, but also, like, you know? I don't tend to use them. I do have a couple, but I don't tend to use them too much. Which is a problem, I know. I should take advantage of what's been provided to me. I'm surprised that worked. Damn. Believe you can only get them in the Wandering Trader that appears randomly. I think I have 2 or 3. I don't know where they are. They might be smart to equip. Here we go. Tapped out her Joltik and was like, I know a Joltik when I hear one. I love Joltik. Joltik is a 10 out of 10 mon. I love Joltik. It's so cute. God, Gen 5 goes hard. I love Gen 5. Alright, and we have immediately doubled our collection of warlords. They all kind of suck as far as what they have available, but that's fine. Probably. 11 out of 10, you're so right. It's a little fluffy spider, and I love it. Little fluffy spider. You just equip him? Okay, alright. I might do that in a minute then. Alright, I want to take a look at my guys, my gamers. That's not what I wanted. How do I do this again? Info. So you just have your guy. You have the timber. What do you have? So your perfect link is this shop right here, which gives us a lot of fighting types, which might not be ideal. I want to be engaged because Fops, but I gotta turn out because brain. No worries. You take care. You take care. I appreciate you being here. Bye bye. Thanks for hanging out. Once you start evolving your mind, they get pretty good because they hit harder even at low link percent. Got it. Got it. Which Pokemon would you be most scared of if you saw it IRL? Probably one of the Godmons. I don't think I'd be scared of a Mr. Mime, to be honest. I think I'm gonna leave you with the Joltik. You have bad. Oh my god, fucking hell! Why is everyone here like perfect linked with a goddamn fighting type? God fucking damn it! We need to start taking over places though. Shit, fuck, damn it, damn it. So let me equip. I want to put a Guardian Charm on you if I can. And I'm probably just going to take 3 of them into here. So we battle. Because we need more territory. We're going to take, like, you, and, like, you, I guess. Yay! Gonna finish that shift. You got this, you got this. Only criticism on Gen 5. I think they did better on Black and White 2, but in Black and White there's only 3 EV loans of Icy Mons. This is real and true. I think the ice type in general, though, just gets kind of neglected. Like, I would argue that the ice type just in general deserves better. Why do all the people in the cherry flavor kingdom like cherry flavor ask question? It's a lot of them. Another question, a Voltobro Electrode with a bomb counter attached to it. That would be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad. That'd be terrifying. Alright, let's see if we can do this. This one's always a little bit hard to be like the attacking mon on. Let's see what we can do though. I love how everyone heads to the North Tower. Like, I'll be honest, the AI in this game kind of sucks. Worried about the new region, I don't think there'll be enough ice types. See, I mean, historically they've done a pretty good job of giving a region both, like, tropical areas and not. I do think, at this point, Pokemon is kind of overdoing the, like, island paradise setting, but you know what? It could be worse. So while they may be overdoing Island Paradise a little bit, I'm not too mad about it, or too stressed about it. I am willing to see where Gen 5 goes. Fucking hell. Alright, so we're gonna get you up here. Before we do, I'm gonna have you attack. So you can go and claim that flag. You are also going to... you don't have good options. Shit, fuck, damn it, damn it. Crap. What's your warrior ability? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go for it. Enjoy your lurky potato. All the best. That should kill. So at the very least, we take one out of the picture. And then you head up here. Because at point A, he gets weaker and cold. See, I do think we deserve, like, more diverse Pokemon settings, but also they're pretty good when they're building whole regions of giving diverse ecosystems within the region, you know? We haven't had a Pokemon region where it's, like, you know, just a tropical setting and nothing else on it except maybe I guess like the gen from oh god, what's it called? Like I guess there was gen, you know the one, the islands, the one based on Hawaii. Like we did have that, sure, but they're usually pretty good at adding some amount of diverse ecosystem in modern Pokemon. There's usually like a northern snowy part of the region, etc., etc., etc. I think that like it's not too big a deal. Okay, I should be able to do this. Fuck. Okay, if I just claim the flag in time, I should be good. I don't know. I'm hopeful about the next Pokemon game. I don't think they're gonna flub it too badly. I think it does suck having like so many tropical regions in a row and whatnot, but I don't think this says any or says too much about like the future of the series. Um, I think they're trying to master something they've been trying to master for a few generations now, and I think they're gonna finally do it. Um, Semi-Seer is a good Pokemon. I like Semi-Seer. All right, we got it, and we can recruit one of them, just the one. But you know what? It's something. Welcome on in, Roltzhaver. Big stretch. I do love that this is like set with a lot of Gen 5 Pokemon. It's very good. This game is extremely Gen 5 core, intentionally, because like it just very heavily features the Mons of Gen 5, but I enjoy it quite a bit. I'm stumbling over my words a ton. I do apologize, folks. The mental illness will do that sometimes. All right, let's see if we can nab these real quick. I don't count Victini, but I will count Volcarona, and I think Volcarona is the coolest fire type in 5. Fair. Honestly, I really want to go through and replay Gen 5 sometime soon. Don't be surprised if I do that on the channel one of these days. Just like a random, playthrough of Pokemon Gen 5 entirely because I can't. Because it's my stream and I can do what I want, Um, it is a thing that I have considered doing and haven't been putting I haven't been putting it off for any particular reason. It's just that I like more important things to play, but like do not be shocked if random Pokemon playthrough comes true eventually. No worries, you take care of Monster. Hope to see you again sometime soon. It was a hell of a weekend, this is true. I'm really glad I took a break, to be honest. I hate taking breaks from content creation, but I'm really glad I took a break. It is lovely to be back after a few days off. I needed some rest after everything that has happened in the last fucking month. Oh, I love Poke Park too. I want to stream Poke Park, but I need to wait until I have a Wii that I can stream off of. One of my goals this year, because last year one of my goals was to get a 3DS capture card. This year I want to get a Wii with like backwards compatibility with the GameCube, that I can stream off of. I also want to at some point get a Game Boy Advance with a capture card. I basically eventually want to hit a point where I can stream as many consoles as possible on original hardware, you know? So like the 3DS manages to do both the DS and 3DS games. Getting a Game Boy Advance means the whole Game Boy collection is then available to me. And getting a Wii means I can play Wii and GameCube games. And at that point, the only thing I'm missing is a Wii U, which I might consider, but I'm not too interested in most Wii U titles, I might just like cut it at the Wii. And then I have my Switch. What's wrong with emulation? So nothing. There is nothing wrong with emulation. It just I like the feel of playing things on original hardware. I do emulate most of what I play on stream. So if I'm playing a game from the early 2000s and it is not on the DS or 3DS, I am probably emulating. That said, I like the feel of original hardware. If I can play things on original hardware, I'd like to. It also is really good as far as like keeping me out of legal trouble because while like for example Nintendo rarely comes after people for emulation itself, they have been known to go after people for example modifying their game files. It keeps me legally safe and adds like a layer of legal protection that I don't otherwise have. And I wouldn't stress about being a content creator who does emulation. I, have been doing emulation for 4 years. But if I have the spare income, I and I'll be honest, like a lot of my stream money, if it doesn't go to supporting like my ability to eat food and like get medical care, it kind of sits. It's my savings. I don't see a problem with taking a little bit of that savings if I have it every now and then and like buying a cool stream upgrade, even if it is just like not strictly necessary. I think besides Ghost and Dark, the other types are a pretty nice spread. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I like Gen 5. I think in general the ice type just gets screwed a lot. But yeah, like if I have the money to spend, and can find a good deal, I think upgrading my stream in a way where I can play things on original hardware is nice. Also, with Nintendo specifically, Nintendo historically has loved their gimmicks. Nintendo historically has loved their console gimmicks. There are some DS games that you literally just cannot viably emulate because they require heavy use of the touchscreen. As well as some Wii U games or some Wii games that you cannot reliably emulate because they require the motion controls. And sure, you can hook up a Wii remote and whatnot to your PC and all of that. Uh, the DS is a harder problem to solve. I think a DS capture card for games like Pokemon Ranger is kind of necessary. But like if I'm gonna get a setup to stream Wii games, because the reason I haven't streamed things like Poke Park yet is primarily the fact that like I don't have the motion capture setup for it. Sure, I could set up the motion capture, or I could just buy a used Wii for like $150. You know. You take care, Auburn NB. Lovely to see ya. I just never think about what games were Wii U exclusives. Not many. There are a handful of games though that I've like tried to emulate and play on stream that just do not work emulated, and that's okay. Those are the games that I'm interested in getting the ability to play on original hardware for. I don't know if you've ever tried to emulate Nintendogs. It doesn't work. Emulating Nintendogs does not fucking work, and I'm still mad about it. I want to emulate Nintendogs. Please let me emulate Nintendogs. I deserve to emulate Nintendogs. Why can't I emulate Nintendogs? Free Nintendogs. But anyway, Nintendogs is like near impossible to emulate, and I want to, shit like that. Anything that requires the microphone, anything that requires the touchscreen, etc., etc. Nintendo in particular is a little bit hard to emulate games that use their console gimmicks. So, if I have the money to spare, and thanks to content creation, I do oftentimes have that little bit of extra money, though I do want to eventually go full time, so I won't always have that money. Why not? Why not at that point? If I'm making money off of streaming and I'm able to put some in savings, I might as well put a little bit of that back into making my content better. Yeah, there's almost nothing that's Wii U exclusive. None of it particularly interests me, so I'm probably never gonna get a Wii U. Also, the newer a console is, the harder it is to emulate, because, like, the PC requirements go up. I also know, like, when I emulated PS2 games, they're not very stable. Even, like, the popular games. I've tried, like, I emulated, oh god, what was it? I emulated, Silent Hill 2. It was a little bit rough to emulate, I'll be perfectly honest. One of the ways to use touchscreen gimmicks is a drawing tablet, but obviously not the same and hard to control. Yeah, exactly. And like, if I'm gonna be streaming for like 6 hour periods, I need a setup that's easy and convenient. At that point, like I wanna state this again. Last year I made like nearly $10,000 off of content creation. My 3DS capture card cost me like $200. I think that's a worthwhile investment. I was able to put like 6K into savings last year because of content creation. Thumbs up. At that point, worth it. And I do want to go full time, so I acknowledge that like eventually I'm not going to be able to put as much of my content money into savings, but while I can, I might as well. Alright, I'm trying to figure out what's a good move from here, because all of these kingdoms are kind of like... Ogh. We don't have much army right now. Tried to emulate a 3DS game a while ago before I got a new computer and just straight up could not handle running off a Sapphire. Yeah, 3DS emulation sucks ass. That's also part of why I got the 3DS capture card, because my PC can barely emulate 3DS games. Mario Party 10 is also Wii U exclusive. Again, not that important, you know? As I was playing Pokemon XY one time on my phone, everything was nice until I attempted to use the ME system. Anytime I'm not putting my Delph Fox, it would just drop down to a constant 0 to 1 FPS. Yeah. It's rough. I know, like, I have a relatively low-end PC. Like, I'm doing what I can with what I got. So I'm not the person to, like, talk about fucking hardware. Let's see, what order do I want to take this in? I don't think going after the bugs is a good idea. We could try to go after Genchiao, but I'm worried about our... I don't think we're at a point yet where they're going to start attacking us, but I'm worried about it, you know? I'd recommend going after either fire or water. Interesting, okay. My eBay side hustle grew into, like, I had to treat it like a real gig, just because it pre-coded a lot of income. Real and valid. I have a job outside of this that, you know, pays most of my living costs, but content creation is about a third of my income, and I'm eventually trying to fight to make it my full-time job because I'm disabled, and I really struggle with working a, you know, proper quote-unquote 9 to 5 type of job. I have physical health issues where I like can't stand for extended periods of time and things like that. And it being able to do content creation full time would give me, you know, a line of work that I, first of all, love and am passionate about, but would also enable me to like actually take care of myself. So it's something I've been fighting for 4 years, and I'm really grateful to have gotten where I've gotten. We're not quite there yet, though. Have you ever seen bacteria art before? I don't think so, Kitsora. Well, come on in, Barber by Might. I think we'll go after water because it's easier, if I can be dead ass. I like easy. You should look it up, they're surprisingly impressive. I'll peek at it later. We are Pokemon Conquesting right now. Is this like Pokemon Risk? It's a turn-based tactical RPG. It's like Pokemon Fire Emblem. Except it's also the reason why you will never get a Pokemon Fire Emblem game. is the reason my Pokemon Fire Emblem will never actually be real. Alright. So we are going to battle. And I'm gonna take with me you, and you. Yay! Let's see what we can get. Some microbiologists literally go realistic style art with it. That's fascinating, genuinely. Like, it makes perfect sense to me how it would be possible. I have enough background in biology to recognize like how that would work. Still fascinating. That's really relatable to me. I'm in something called ODSP. Don't get a whole lot of money from that. After rent and bills are paid, refuse to actually work because of how much my check would get reduced. No, understandable. I'm currently in the process of getting diagnosed for like a lot of my health shit. I currently it's looking like I have a form of dysautonomia. So like I how do I say, my body doesn't fucking do what it's supposed to with my blood, which is less than ideal. Gotta go for now. No worries. You take care of me, Barry. Barbara my bite. Privileged enough to be tough as nails, but I'm old as fuck. So shifting to lower intensity work was a good cause. Hell, fucking yeah, literally. After 55, it makes sense to not work like a marginalized 20-year-old. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, even like, the 20-year-old should not be. No one should be having to work as much as they are. That's one of my like hot takes about life. I think everyone works too much all the time, and like we should not have to labor as intensely as we do. I remember being a kid and being told that the 30-hour work week was around the corner, and instead people are being paid less to work more, and it endlessly disturbs me. And I want to fight for a world where that's not fucking necessary, because like people should not have to live like this. People should not have to struggle under such difficult means. People should be able to live comfortably off of one income and enjoy their lives and whatnot. And I fight for and I hope for a future wherein that is eventually the case. But Jesus Christ. Livable wages just a week away, if fucking only. Rent is high, food prices are high, etc. Yeah, like the cost of living just keeps increasing in ways that are just not manageable for the bulk of the population. And we need to do something about it. I be like I'm only 24, but like I have lived with disability for a while now, and I get by, but I do not get by in a way that allows me to adequately take care of myself. I have to take a lot of breaks and whatnot because like I am not physically well enough for the labor that is expected of me. And we keep on living and we keep on fucking fighting, but God, we should not have to fight this hard. Coming this a little late. Did they the infield needed a copy of Pokemon Rangers? Oh, I have a copy of it. I just have been wanting to stream it, but been putting it off because I had like other games to play first. I have a 3DS capture card now though, so I'm gonna be hopefully playing that soon. It's the U.S., the worst work environment in the so-called first world. Because we're living in a late-stage capitalist hellscape. I misread that message for a solid moment, Yui. I misread that for a moment. I never use them, gladly ship across the country. I mean, if it depends on what version it is actually, because I only own Shadows of Omnia and Guardian signs, but I also always feel bad taking things from people. I always feel a little bit guilty. I always feel bad like taking things from people if I can't like adequately pay for it, you know. Listen, I can't be the only one who saw it. Okay, okay, okay. Total economic collapse just a week away. Alright, let's see if I can destroy the little otter. I wonder if I weaken you first. That's gonna do too much. Because I think I need to take you out with one of my warlords. We're gonna do a little bit of damage. Alright. This should do it. Beautiful! Minus guardian signs? Goddamn. No, I do appreciate the offer. I will say I saw it after you planted it out. My head might be a little bit in the gutter. I let it for the people in the fucking back. Trying to move back to my old hometown, almost fourth myself. Would love to find a friend who'd go with me to protest and fear. And I fear all of my American friends so much. It's fucked up here in Canada, keeping silent about it. Hang on in there, folks. Nah, like there's a lot of fight that needs to happen all around the world. It's not a U.S. exclusive issue. Keep your heads up, keep on fighting, but God, shit's difficult right now. I urge people to go to local protests, to fight however they can, but I acknowledge it's not always easy. Trying to write a manifesto such article about the U.S. unreadiness to adapt to a work environment where, generationally, after being told to be adaptive for 40 plus years, people are also expected to be dependable. A literal contradiction of expectations. The focus is on retraining managers to grasp what they face instead of just being pissy about it. See, I think part of the problem is like workers are treated as incredibly expendable these days, at least in the majority of industries that I have any experience in. Like people are treated as incredibly expendable. You're fired after one or two mistakes because they know they can easily replace you. They're not interested in tending to the needs and desires of workers that can't be easily exploited. So the moment you show that you're not easily exploitable, they have no interest in dealing with you. Let's see if we can do this, just for the sake of getting more warriors. I'm one who usually doesn't go to any public gatherings. The only massive gathering I ever go to is my yearly family reunion. Understandable, but I still urge people to go to protests. I'm very, very involved in my local politics because, like, we need to be. We're not going to fix this fucking mess without, like, getting involved in our local communities. And that doesn't just mean showing up to a protest, that means, like, actually organizing. In my city, there is a weekly meeting where local activists get together to talk about issues facing our community, to share food and resources, to organize events, and to like fight for actual substantial change because we need to. You take care, Furinator. All the best. I know we can create change, but only if we take the time to fight and organize on a deeper level, and I want people to do that. I might be fucked. Chat, I might have screwed myself. Just a little bit. Okay. Please perish at my hand. Almost. Come on. Come on. We've almost got you. Second article concept. It's about co-op efforts that bypass existing systems in housing, food, and war because they're so deeply and intentionally flawed that only equally planned efforts can match or replace them while putting money back into people's hands to use as they see fit. I think that's a really interesting concept, and I would be happy to like learn more about it if you do finish that article. Genuinely, I'm just a queer video essayist who has only finished one video essay. Whoopsie. Alright, let's see what we can do here. We're almost done with this. I just need to kill you. Yay! Well, nope, nope. Almost. Please. Yay! Just kicking a guy to death, like, repeatedly over and over again. Do you see my messaging about recruiting logic? One sec, let me peek at it. I don't think I did. I know how it works. Clarify recruiting warlords is one of the 3 regular criteria, plus KO by another warlord. Yeah, I thought I got him in 4 turns. It turns out I was wrong. I thought that I had gotten him with 4 turns, but I did my math bad. I'm not good at math. Timber trying to Kronkle Dur the enemy. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. Alright. We lived. I think that's it for that month. Let's hope this isn't the month that they start attacking me. I don't know how many months have to pass before they start attacking me, and I'm scared. Are Drillbur and Timber related? They might be. The skin tearing cat is back. I might chat list for a sec. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Take care of that cat. Kitty. Alright, what's my move from here? Honestly, Trico might be a solid one to get, but I don't know what mod he's actually gonna have afterwards. We could go after fire now that we have a handful of water types. That might be smart and viable. I think we can do that. Big stretch though, one sec. Alright. I think we got this. I think if we can take out this entire little triangle, we'll be fine. The EP Sneepy is starting to hit again, which is so sad. The EPiest of the Sneepiest. Alright, alright. I am trying not to fall victim to the EP Sneepy just yet. Yeah, I have not been sleeping enough lately. My sleep schedule is kind of like horrid right now. Like it's really bad. I have not been sleeping at normal people hours. I have been like awake from 1 a.m. to like 6 p.m. the next day recently, and now that I'm like streaming at 7 p.m. again, oof, that was a bad idea. Whoopsie. But I need to be up at a reasonable hour to go to the post office tomorrow. So wish me luck, gamers. I'll be doing productive person things. Bruh, evil. Dumb monkey. This at the very least weakens you so I can take you out with my warlord later. Nice. Oh, beautiful. There's a neat design choice in having the beginning and ending parts of the map be groups of four, kind of symbolically showing the similarities between Nobunaga and the hero. I think it's very useful structure, both like narratively and gameplay wise, genuinely. It's pretty cool. Alright, I might be able to finish him off now. Oh, Chad, I'm so cool. Rude. Monkey. I think that gets us him. Yeah! Alright. We got Hideyoshi. Nice. They took a gameplay progression design and traveled into the story design. Absolutely. Which genuinely, like, that is something to be applauded in games when they manage to mesh together gameplay choices and story choices like that. That's some good fucking game design right there. And we applaud good game design in this fucking house. There we go. Monica, the one thing this game is incredible, genuinely. Like, it's sad that this is the reason we'll probably never get a Pokemon Fire Emblem crossover, but like, it's a really fucking good game. They did an amazing job, and you can see like the care and passion in this title. It is genuinely something special, and I think we need more like passionate works of art like this. There isn't enough passionate art like this in the world. Now, my boy. Okay, so that's not going to be very effective. We'll try this. It's just about defeating the rest of these mons at this point, which is proving to be a little bit more struggle than I would like it to be. I don't think I can attack you, can I? Yeah, no. Unfortunately. We will bring you this way, I guess, because you probably will be useful for fighting these guys. And let's see if we can deal some damage here. Alright. I think Nintendo just hisses at good ideas. I disagree. I was literally defending Nintendo earlier. I think people give Nintendo a lot more crap than honestly deserved. Like, a lot of people very much villainize Nintendo in this day and age, and some of it is earned, but I think the majority of it is not necessary. Nintendo has problems, don't get me wrong, but to act as though they are as bad as the rest of the gaming industry, I think ignores a lot of things. Oh, the majority of characters in this game, like are yeah, like historical figures. I think it is really cool how much this is based in like, you know, old Japanese history, genuinely. It's really cool. didn't realize that was my pretty boy. Damn it. I forgot he was in here. At the worst, that title goes to EA. I'm gonna disagree. That goes to Microsoft because Microsoft is actually funding genocide right now. But you know, I'm gonna hold that I'm gonna give Microsoft that title right now. Hanbei, I didn't know you were there. I'm so sorry. I want you. I didn't realize he was here. I forgot about that. Hanbei. We'll get them eventually. We'll take who we can. At the very least, we get Hideyoshi with the Reshiram, which is incredible. Give. Yes. Nice. Alright. Alright. We save our progress. Ah. Oh, the only fake ones are Kunoichi, named literally the term for female ninja, and Shun is based on the term of a female girl ninja, and I believe either Okuni or Gracia. Yeah, genuinely. The way they translated a lot of real history into this game is genuinely very, very cool. We are coming up on our 6-hour mark here, but I think I'll finish out the month real quick. We'll finish out the month, and then I will probably be sneepy. But we got a few minutes longer. Let's see what we can do real quick. It's probably good enough. Let's see if we can manage with that. I'll finish your month? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Got some matcha pocky for snack? Hell yeah, that sounds delicious. That sounds very tasty. I want some. Share. Gun emoji. Gracie is not based on a particular person, but rather the concept of the growth of the Western religion of Japan. You know what? Real. Alright. Open your mouth, I'll throw it from Wisconsin to Florida. Just watch. Anyway. I want to re-rig the mouth of my model to, like, be able to open wider. And made it across my room, that's it. God fucking damn it, you liar. You liar, you trickster. How could you do this to me? But no, I want to re-rig my model so my mouth can open a little bit more, be a little more expressive one of these days. I'll get to it in due time. There are so many tasks that I must complete. I love tasks. Nice. The wall was not considered in the calculations. Just unhinge your jaw. Monster Archivist model confirmed. Hello, Lilac. How are you doing? Bark for White Bite. It's lovely to see you. You're coming in towards the tail end of things, but hi. Lovely to see you. Hello, Fenry Flames as well. Lovely to see ya. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. I'm barking and biting. It's what I'm best at. I bark and I bite. Alright, we have a rock. We're not going to be going for too much longer, but I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Violet, we need to talk more. I know we've both been busy, but we need to talk more. All right, what do we have over here actually? Oh, Chico. It is very late for me. 1 a.m. Dream Team, let's go. Indeed, 1 a.m. Won't be staying up long either. I honestly have been staying up until like 6 a.m. lately. I cannot afford to continue doing that for my mental or physical health. So I will be sleeping soon. But until then, been playing Terraria with a friend. New update is fun. I haven't actually checked out Terraria in a couple years. I don't think I've played Terraria since I beat it on stream, and I should fix that sometime. Also been staying up until 6 a.m. We love not taking care of ourselves, apparently. Do you think Conquest will be making a more consistent comeback? I'd love to make an effort to be around and be present if it will. I'm not sure. I think it's something that I want to throw in on like free nights, like on the 4 stream weeks. I can't promise it on 3 stream weeks right now, I think is where I'm at. Because most weeks I can only stream 3 times, it's difficult for me to, do it regularly. But if on weeks where I'm able to do 4 streams, I think I would like to bring it back because it is genuinely like a comfy, cozy, fun game for me. Um, if not totally fine, I just love lurking as part of chat in the background as well, and I appreciate having you in any capacity. Thank you for being here. You got insomnia too? It's more like I am nocturnal, and anytime I have the freedom to sleep at like 4 in the morning, I sleep at 4 in the morning. It's a problem. Hello, Ray Arcana. How are you doing tonight? Lovely to see ya. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What is sleep? Hell if I fucking know. But not. If I have the space for it in my life, I would love to do Conquest more often. I just haven't been able to stream more than 3 nights a week very often lately. Um, we'll see. Alright, we kill you. And then we're gonna come get this Meowth, and that's where we're gonna close out, hopefully before the ad runs. Y'all might get stuck in an ad, and I apologize if that occurs. Look, I want others to take care of me. Aw, poor thing. Poor thing. Alright, we got this, we got this. I'll keep an eye out. I think using the game as a fourth weeknight is a good balance. Yeah, like, I really enjoy it. I have a lot of games on my plate right now. We'll figure it out. Busy day at work. Came home to no hot water, so I could definitely be better. Overall, though, mostly good to work schedule changed. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm glad you're able to do new comic book day. I'm so sorry that like your hot water was gone because that fucking sucks. But you know what? We take what wins we can get. Sometimes those wins are small, but we take them. All right, we got the Poniard. Let's go. And let's hope nothing horrible happens during the month transition. Please. If not, if this is where we end up ending off, which it looks like it will be, oh, fuck you, old man. I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid. I might end up raiding out while we are still under the ad break, in which case I apologize. But I don't want to know about anything. I'm gonna start looking for a raid. We got this. Thank you everyone for being here. In case I read out while y'all are actively stuck in the ad, I apologize. I need to go to sleep. But thank you everyone for being here. As per always, let me see who all is on. Ooh, we got Digi Doggy on, we got Healy on, we have Coach Channel. Let me see who all I have. I don't remember who this is. Apparently we're mutuals. I don't remember who this person is. I'll consider, but huh? Who are you, and since when have I followed you? Oh shit, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Bark bark bite bite. I haven't said hi to Lobat in a long time. We could say hi to Lobat. You know what? I have not rated Lobat in a long, long time. Why don't we go say hi to Lobat? Lobat's a longtime friend of the channel, extremely talented content creator, someone absolutely worth your time and attention. They are super cool, cowbun, retro gamer, ah rah 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 rah. It's been a pleasure being here as it always is. Y'all take care of yourselves. I will next be live when? When am I going to be live? Wednesday. I will be live Wednesday, 7 p.m. EST, for shenanigans and whatnot. Do I have anything else notable to announce? New merch store is up and running. I'm going to be shipping out the first of the orders that are shipping directly from me tomorrow, hopefully, if life allows. Video essay in the works. I am back on the scripting grind. That's going to be my primary focus for the next while. Trying to get back on top of video essays and video content. Do I got anything else going on? Community server, Vintage Story community server on Wednesday. We're also doing a horror showcase on Friday for Friday the 13th. If you have any indie horror games that you can beat in like an hour, hit me with them. Drop them in the Discord. I'd be happy to check out a few. You'll say hi to Lobat for me. Take care of yourselves. All right. Good night.